era of football. Est video is pure mon pari intratnamiento wino infringe de recos de autor aniles. Los de recos de la novela while la imagen son del autor original, no reclamo más propiedad. Note gusta esperar y quieres escuchar est fanfic computer ahora. Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 451 The Greatest Legend. The ball went in. A wonderful goal. 4-6, Zheng scored a goal. After continuous attacks, Zheng talked through Fifan's defense and scored a goal. They still have hope. There are still 15 minutes left in the game. Fifan's attack is very cautious, which is natural. They have a great advantage now. If they can keep controlling the ball, they can kill enough time even if they can't score a goal. They have always protected the location of the ball very well. Now it depends on Zheng's prediction. They began to concentrate their forces to attack, but unfortunately, they guessed wrong when seeing Lu Xiaoshan launch an imposing attack from one side, Yuan Fei side. The timing of this attack was very precise and it was also aimed at Fifan's relatively weak part, but the ball was not on this side. If you rush in the wrong direction, the more power you have, the farther you will be from the target. Fifan naturally noticed this quickly, and then they began to prepare for the attack from the other side. They had to wait until Lu Xiaoshan rushed deeper and couldn't return to defense in time before launching the attack. In this way, it would be easier for Fifan to score again. While thinking this, Su Jin, who was in control of the ball, began to move forward to the other side, closer to the goal. The next moment, Shen Fei, Feng Tu and Zheng Qi appeared in front of Su Jin like divine soldiers descending from the sky. This was also a perfect raid. In such a situation, most teams dare not split up, because splitting up means weakness. If you want to break through the opponent's defense, you must have strong breakout players and enough support targets. But Zheng dared. Because they have two powerful breakout players, with such players, it doesn't matter if the support behind them is a little weak. What's more, under the involvement of Lu Xiaoshan, Fifan couldn't help but split up his troops. Shen Fei showed the strongest offensive ability. Fu Lei and Zhu Ye, who were protecting Su Jin, were knocked away by him in the shortest time. Su Jin smiled bitterly, raised his hand, and threw a skill on the football. The football was refreshed. Zheng resisted Fifan's attack, and they rekindled hope. Amid the shouts of the commentator, Zheng's players scattered and began to look for the ball. Retreat, prepare to defend. Zhu Shan shouted in the team channel. Since the ball had been lost, there was no need to regret it too much. It was not realistic to look for the ball and hit the 1/3 chance. The best thing to do was, of course, to retreat and prepare to defend. With their defensive ability, it was indeed unlikely to stop Fifan from scoring, but it was still possible to delay some time. After all, there were only 10 minutes left in the game. They successfully delayed for a long time. Zheng attacked again, and Fifan defended again. The two sides were fighting each other, again. The cavalry charge appeared again. 2 minutes later, amid the exclamation of the commentator, the Zheng fans who had originally ignited a glimmer of hope changed their faces again, and the Fifan fans cheered heartily. It was similar to the situation before. Fifan and Zheng were fighting each other, and the cavalry launched an attack. Fifan's players attacked one after another, trying to entangle Zheng's players. In this case, 1-for-1 is definitely worthwhile. However, Lu Xiaoshan attacked 5 Fifan players in a row at that moment. His attack forced Fifan's players to deal with it, while the Zheng players they had entangled ignored everything and flew away. After Zheng was prepared, it was really not easy to make them jump into the pit. Meng Fan couldn't help but sigh. With Lu Xiaoshan's efforts, this cavalry charge actually helped Zheng a lot. Under the trampling of the iron hooves, Fifan died a full 6 players, while Zheng only died 3. The next moment, the Zheng players rushed up and instantly broke through the defense line formed by the remaining Fifan players. 5-6. Zheng is only 1 goal away. There are less than 5 minutes left before the end of the game. Can they create a miracle? The cheers of Zheng fans were earth-shaking at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that the system rules cannot be changed in the game, in reality, even the strongest soundproof materials would be invaded by such a huge sound wave. However, even if they couldn't hear it, the extraordinary players could vaguely see through the ceiling those Zheng fans who were already excited like crazy. They are looking forward to a miraculous movie. Zheng Qi muttered. Well, most of the neutral audiences are thinking this way. How did the great Zheng complete an epic reversal in such a difficult situation and win the unprecedented 5-time champion honor? Zheng Qi said coldly. He was usually very kind, but now, he had an angry look on his face. Let's go, let's not waver, understand? This time, we have to be more calm. We have only lost part of the advantage we grabbed before, and it's not too bad yet. Zhu Shan said calmly in the team channel. Attack. Zheng Qi waved his arms. He was not shaken at all at this moment, because he knew from the beginning that such a game would not be easy to win. Even when he was leading by 3 goals and had a huge advantage, he knew what he was facing now. I never thought I could win this game easily. While walking towards the kickoff point, Zheng Qi said in the team channel, now that this situation has occurred, I am relieved. If such an opponent can be easily won, what is the meaning of the professional game in the era of football? Because there are strong opponents, the game is interesting. I am happy to think that we will meet more such opponents next year. What about you? Attack and fight them. It's come to this point, it's okay not to fight. Fifen's players responded one after another. At this moment, they regathered their fighting spirit. This is the most beautiful moment in the competitive game. Facing a strong enemy, the fighting spirit shown in that moment is like the moment when the most beautiful flower blooms, which makes people feel excited. After the restart, Fifen resolutely launched an attack. Looking at their performance, Meng Fan laughed. This is why I have confidence in them. They are young, they lack experience, and they have never encountered such a strong team under such difficult circumstances, but our team has always been like this. We always fight at the limit, so we have grown so fast, and now, our growth will be even faster. Meng Fan said softly, and at this time, his heart was full of pride for this team. Cheng soon felt the pressure brought by Fifen. When the lead was reduced to 1 goal, Fifen let go of all kinds of cautious emotions and began to attack wholeheartedly. Pure power is the most powerful power. Cheng began to fight back. They did not retreat, but continued to fight bravely, because retreating to defend, although safer, would give Fifen more opportunities to waste time. Their current situation is indeed much better than before, but they are still 1 goal behind, but there are only 5 minutes left in the whole game. They can only use this more active offensive method to try to grab possession of the ball before Fifen scores. Otherwise, they will not even have a chance to equalize the score. Zhu Shan saw this very accurately. Fifen was not in a very bad situation. Cheng Feng's situation was only slightly better than before, but not yet very good. If Cheng Feng could not stop Fifen's attack, it would lose. If it failed to grab the ball within 3 minutes, Cheng Feng would also lose. Fifen still didn't need to worry now. They were indeed not in a hurry. In the attack, they played very actively, but did not reveal any flaws to the opponent. They were not very cautious, but they were also free and easy. Luo Qishuan's brows were getting more and more furrowed. He could naturally judge that Cheng Feng's chances seemed to be getting fewer and fewer, and they couldn't be anxious now. If they were anxious, the situation would be even worse. At this time, he could only choose to trust these people on the field. Lu Xiaoshan, Shen Ruofei, Wen Xiang, He Jin. As time passed, Cheng Feng's players could no longer remain calm and could only choose to take risks to attack. They began to divide their troops into 2 routes again to focus on attacking 2 places where they thought the ball would be, just like before. They took the risk and succeeded before, but this time, their luck was no longer as good as before. The 2-way assault, after being strongly blocked, was in vain. The 2 groups of extraordinary players led by Li Guirui and Wang Yuanfen stubbornly entangled them. Zheng Qi, with the football, began to force a breakthrough from the middle. In order to do this, they deployed enough troops on both sides. At this moment, only Zheng Qian was helping Zheng Qi. But this was enough. Lu Xiaoshan was going to return to defense, but was tightly entangled by Li Guirui. Shen Ruofei got rid of Wang Yuanfen's entanglement, but he was intercepted by Zheng Qian. Zheng Qi went straight to the goalkeeper of Cheng Feng, dribbled the ball flexibly to pass the goalkeeper's skill attack, and then after approaching the gate, he easily kicked and broke through the gate of Cheng Feng. There was silence in the stadium and in the stands. 7-5, Extraordinary once again expanded the lead to 2 goals. Everyone knew that Cheng Feng had no chance. There was only 1 minute left before the end of the game. Even if Extraordinary did not defend, Cheng Feng could not score 2 goals in such a short time. This China Cup final, with the biggest gap between the 2 sides in decades, ended with the weaker side winning. This is the greatest dragon-slaying legend in the history of the China Cup final. No one will forget that the Class A Team Fifen defeated Cheng Feng, which seemed invincible and heading for the 5-time championship, when no one was optimistic about it. This was the opening match of the Fifen era. Chapter 452 Topic: There has never been such a strong team like Cheng Feng before. Unfortunately, there have never been so many strong opponents before. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Yuan Fei sighed. When Chengfen first emerged, the league was dominated by Nanglo, Xinfeng and Shenhua. When they rose and defeated these three strong teams one after another, everyone believed that Chengfen would create a prosperous era, because the momentum and level they displayed at the time were indeed higher than all other teams, especially Lu Xiaoshen's performance, which was unstoppable. However, Chengfen soon discovered that they would face a newly emerging opponent in the league, that is, Tinhe. Like Chengfen, Tinhe is also a newly emerging team. When Lu Xiaoshen came to prominence, Li Qing's had not yet been able to win to Tinhe's first team. However, after Chengfen had been glorious for a year, Li Qing's and his 5 tigers began to take shape, and in the second year they dealt a heavy blow to Chengfen. Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's, the two newcomers, began to stir up the storm of changing dynasties in the league. They suppressed the old god-level players under them, just like the rise of Chengfen and Tinhe. In the next few years, Chengfen and Tinhe began to chase each other, and their only opponents were each other. Until this year, as Tinhe's performance declined, Chengfen seemed to be more and more prosperous. In the eyes of everyone, it was almost beyond doubt that they would win the 5 championships this year. But in this situation, a dark horse with the most complete quality emerged from the A-level league, and that is Fifan. Personally speaking, I sympathize with Chengfen's luck. If they had appeared a few years earlier, they would definitely have won the honor of 5 championships. However, they ran into such an era of many heroes. But from the perspective of improving the level of the entire league, I am very happy to see a team like Fifan appear. I even hope that there will be more teams. Next year's Super League will surely have more highlights. Here, I also want to congratulate Fifan. They have created a miracle. This miracle was achieved by their courage, fighting spirit, and careful preparation. They are this year's China Cup champions, and they deserve it. Yuan Fei rarely spoke for such a long time after the game. He usually used precise comments to let the audience know some details of the game. However, at this time, he said such a long speech with no technical content. This kind of sigh is not something that a commentator of his style would show, but now he did it. It can only be said that he was really sighing at the moment. Many people did not understand the significance of this game for the time being, but they will be able to understand it in the following time. Yuan Fei was very excited, but he concealed it very well. Only those who were most familiar with him could hear this excitement from his words, but even if they could hear it, they didn't know why Yuan Fei was so excited. But soon, Yuan Fei stopped sighing and began to analyze the game, which was also what the audience liked to hear the most. However, he knew in his heart that after this game, his analysis would be listened to by far fewer people than in previous games. It was not because there was anything wrong with his commentary, but among the people who paid the most attention to this game, Chengfen's fans were now sad, and Fifan's fans were now celebrating excitedly. It must be said that after this game, the number of Fifan's fans immediately increased by an order of magnitude. A large number of neutral fans felt that Fifan was really awesome because of this game, and even Chengfen won. Supporting him would make them feel happier. Of course, this is a story for later. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Zheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. This game was a huge burden for all the Fifan players. They did not dare to relax during the whole game, but were fully focused on the game itself, calculating all the details, and could not completely relax until this time. Although there was no physical consumption, at least 5 or 6 players collapsed on the ground as soon as the game ended, not wanting to move at all. Even more tired than them was Yu Shan. He might not need to remember many details, but the specific tactical arrangements had to be calculated and inferred by him to respond in time. He was the biggest contributor to this game. After rubbing his face vigorously, Zhu Shan finally became more awake. At the moment when the game ended, he was so exhausted that he wanted to fall asleep immediately. It took a long time for him to recover a little. Zhu Shan knew that he had overdrawn his energy and could not recover in a few days. He might even get seriously ill. But such a price was worth paying after all. They won. They created a miracle, the greatest dragon-slaying miracle in the history of the China Cup final. Such a result can be praised by fans for countless years to come. It's really difficult to beat you. Zheng Qi found Shenrao Fei and said to him with a sigh. Are you looking for a fight when you say that? Shenrao Fei glared at Zheng Qi. You still have a big advantage. Next year is the best time for you to challenge for the 5-time champion. With the Tinhe who has recovered in the league, winning the 5-time champion under such circumstances is valuable. Zheng Qi said with a smile. From this perspective, do you want to thank me? They may not, but I really do. Shenrao Fei shrugged. Without a strong opponent, it seems that something is missing when I get the honor. I have known for a long time that Brother Fei is a real man like me. Zheng Qi smiled. I really want to hit you now, Shinryu Fei said expressionlessly. Let's go. Lu Xiaoshan walked over, greeted Shinryu Fei, and then ignored Zheng Qi. Boss Lu, friendship first, competition second. Zheng Qi said. There is no friendship first, and competition is not first. Victory is first. Lu Xiaoshan replied. In competition, if you lose, you can always win back. Zheng Qi shrugged. Yes, maybe we will be worse next year, but we will not give up the fight for the 5-time champion or any other championship. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. He did not show any hatred towards Zheng Qi, because in his opinion, the other party won fairly. It was just that Chengfeng did not do its best. When everything goes smoothly, it is the most vulnerable to setbacks. We should have known this truth before. Qin He taught us this lesson, and now Fifan has taught us again. These failures will make Chengfeng stronger. Next, we will play in the World Cup, and winning the 3rd World Cup championship is our goal. At the press conference after the game, Lu Xiaoshan was as calm as ever, as if he did not care about the outcome of this game. However, in fact, everyone knew that Lu Xiaoshan's pursuit of victory and defeat had never stopped. It is not the swearing that I must win the 5-time champion that shows the desire to win. Although Lu Xiaoshan's words were calm, everyone could hear the persistence in his words. Previously, the reporters wanted to ask Lu Xiaoshan how he felt at the moment, but now that he looked like this, there was no need to ask. This man would never waver no matter what setbacks he encountered. If he didn't have a chance this season, he would try again next season. He was only 27 years old now and could still maintain his peak state for a long time. Even Li Qing's, who was older than him, didn't give up, let alone him. So the reporters began to feel that interviewing Fifan should be more exciting. After all, Fifan created such a great record. After all, they performed extremely well. Anyone with eyes could see that Fifan's victory had many factors and gained a lot of bonuses. However, if they didn't have extremely strong strength, even with these advantages, they would not have been able to win this game. This is a topic that deserves attention. Fifan had attracted a lot of attention in the professional team circle before, because of their method of pulling monsters, because of their overall growth, and because of the impact their guild had on other guilds when they formed the Four Pests Alliance, but in the eyes of ordinary audiences, they didn't pay much attention to how well a team performed in the Amateur League and the First Class League. After all, the Super League is the competition that everyone is paying attention to. In addition, before the game, Zheng Qi said in an interview that their goal is to win 5 championships. This statement could only be regarded as a boast of young players who don't know the height of the world before, but now, it can't be regarded as bragging. They have the strength and have shown their ambition. Looking at their performance in the China Cup this year, they can prove that they're already a very strong team, and they're still very young. The players are basically all under 23 years old, which is enough to prove that their state can be maintained for a long time. Will they be the next important force in the Super League? In the past few years, it has been the two heroes of Chengfeng and Qin He who are competing for hegemony. No matter whether it is Nanguo, Shenhua or Chengfeng, the others can't compete with these two teams. Will Fifan become the third force in the Super League? For neutral fans, the romance of the Three Kingdoms is certainly much more exciting than the two heroes competing for hegemony. As for the possibility that the 5-time champion might be delayed, no one really cares. The longer this suspense lasts, the better. Fans may have a preference, but reporters won't have too many preferences. What they want to see is more topics, and it is obvious that Fifan is such a team that can bring more topics. Their interest in Fifan will naturally increase rapidly. Chapter 453 appearing in front of everyone. Excuse me, Captain Zheng Qi, how do you feel right now? It is a common practice to start with such a simple question. After all, Fifan won the China Cup. There are only 5 such championships in a season, and the only one that can make all professional teams participate is the China Cup. At this level, the China Cup championship is also very meaningful. The Super League champion may be more glorious than the China Cup champion, but after all, there are only 20 super teams participating, while all 44 professional teams can participate in the China Cup. It is said that the league organizing committee is considering allowing amateur teams to participate in the China Cup and get the possible opportunity to play against professional teams. However, doing so may put a greater burden on the club, so it is still under discussion. In any case, the honor of the China Cup champion is still worthy of congratulations and praise. Of course it is very happy. This is a milestone victory. Fifan Club has only been established for a few years. This is the first national top honor we have won. This is a beginning, but it will not be the end. Fifan will strive for more championships next to prove our strength. Zheng Qi replied. This statement still sounded very confident, but with the statement before the game that our goal is also to win 5 championships, the reporters didn't think there was anything wrong with it. What do you think is the key to victory in today's game? Another reporter asked. Our outstanding performance is of course a key, and the other key is that we prepared for this game for a long time. Zheng Qi replied. From the schedule, Zheng should have prepared for a longer time, because they booked the league championship early and can focus all their attention on the cup. A reporter disagreed. They prepared for a long time, but we prepared for even longer. How many rounds in advance did Zheng win the championship? 4 or 5 rounds. At most, it's only a month, and we have been preparing for this game for half a year. Zheng Qi replied calmly. The reporters were in an uproar. Half a year ago, Fifan predicted that he would play against Zheng in the final. This is not the way to brag. We have already prepared for any strong team we may encounter in the China Cup, and after eliminating Team Head, we have been concentrating on preparing for this final. Half a year is a conservative statement, because our overall team has only gradually taken shape half a year ago. Otherwise, we would have started preparing for this game since our club was established. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. He looked very unserious, but what he said was quite serious. Half a year ago. The reporters were surprised again. What's so surprising? If we hadn't been collecting information about Zheng all the time, how could we have so many targeted tactics in this game? If we hadn't conducted countless targeted training on those 7 complex maps, how could we have won against Zheng today? Zheng Qi continued. The reporters nodded involuntarily. Watching the two sides' confrontation in the game, in fact, the reporters with better vision could see that they were a little worse than Zheng, both in terms of overall performance and individual performance. When facing Team Head and Canning before, Fifan did not fall behind, proving that they are indeed very strong. However, the strongest team this season is still Zheng. They have the most god-level players, and they are also the strongest among all the players. There is no problem with the overall coordination. Compared with Team Head, their individual level is now superior. Even if Wen Xiang and Hijing are slightly worse than Li Qing's, Team Head cannot produce a player who can compete with Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei. If there is only one, they can still rely on tactical advantages to narrow the individual gap, but if there are 2, Team Head cannot resist. It is precisely because of this that Li Qing's took the initiative to change this season. Even if the performance declines this season, he cannot be left behind by Zheng in the next game. Compared with teams such as Nangguo Shenhuaxian and Canning, even if their top players can compete with Lu Xiaoshan, their other players cannot compete with other players of Zheng. The huge advantage in the league has proved this point. Fifan is indeed excellent, but even compared with Team Head Canning, they may not have any advantages. When facing Zheng, the disadvantage is also obvious. Because they still have a lot of potential that has not been brought into play, even if the overall level of their account is incomparable to Zheng. Under such circumstances, Fifan was able to always take the lead in the game, and made full use of the advantage in intelligence collection. Intelligence collection here refers to all round, including analysis of Zheng's personal characteristics, overall tactical habits, and understanding of mad details. The advantage in this aspect is the key to Fifan's victory in this game. And these details and intelligence are absolutely not an exaggeration to describe as vast and vast. No team will make such detailed preparations for a game, because it is a completely unequal thing. The teams in the Super League have to deal with many opponents. If they prepare like this for every game, they can do nothing else all day. The teams in the A-League may be able to use this method to prepare specifically for the cup competition, but they do not have such strong intelligence collection capabilities, let alone the map analysis capabilities of Fifan's tactical department. Only a freak like Fifan can create such a miracle in such a game with enough preparation. After understanding this, the reporters couldn't help but sigh. If there was no freak, Zheng would really be able to win the unprecedented 5 championships, right? If you think about it this way, Zheng is really wrong. Of course, this can't be blamed on Fifan. It's impossible that they have the ability to snipe Zheng. It's wrong to do it, right? Otherwise, why should everyone work hard? Just focus on making Zheng the 5-time champion. So after listening to Zheng Qi's answer, the reporters suddenly felt that it was meaningless to ask Fifan how he created such a miracle. They did create such a miracle. They have the ability and the skill. Now, they are the champions of the China Cup. Next year, Fifan will play in the Super League. What is Fifan's goal for next season? Finally, a reporter remembered another question. Ha ha ha, we are newcomers. The goal of newcomers is of course to stay in the league. We have never played in the Super League before, and our results will definitely fluctuate. It's enough for us to stay in the league next year. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. The reporters were speechless again. With the level you have shown, you actually said that you want to stay in the league. This style is really shameless. What will FIFA do in the next transfer period? Teams entering the Super League will have a generous income. Will this help FIFA? Is the FIFA team complete? Will there be any personnel changes? The reporters began to ask some other questions, and Su Jing also took over these questions at the right time. No matter how many questions there are, there'll always be a time to ask them all. The reporters asked a lot of questions, and Su Jing and Zheng Qi answered them one by one. They were very patient, because from today on, FIFA began to officially appear in front of everyone. Before, no matter how influential they were only limited to a small range, or in the circle of professional teams. Most of the players who didn't pay much attention to the lower leagues didn't know that there was a team called FIFA in the world. It has attracted the attention of many strong teams and they think they will be a threat in the future. And now, FIFA has made everyone know their name. In this game, FIFA gained not only the 200 million yuan from the ticket share, but also a lot. The reporters asked so many questions just to let more viewers know FIFA's name. Zheng Qi and Su Jing also understood this, so they didn't feel impatient at all. FIFA and other players were even less impatient. After today's battle, they could be said to have become famous in one battle. In addition, they were about to become players in the Super League. It was almost foreseeable that they would get rich benefits. In the face of such a bright prospect, they certainly wouldn't be impatient. And the ignored Chengfen players were not impatient either. They knew what this meant to FIFA. They were all players, so they still had this kind of demeanor. Moreover, as a champion team, they certainly had the demeanor of a champion team. Until almost all the questions were asked, the reporters left with satisfaction. The press release officer announced that the press conference was over. The Chengfen players who had been sitting by for a long time stood up and prepared to leave the scene. Thank you, bosses. Zheng Qi took the initiative to shake Lu Xiaoshen's hand and said with a smile. Lu Xiaoshen's mouth moved, as if he had laughed. I'm already looking forward to next year's game. We're looking forward to it too. Zheng Qi laughed. Next, we will have more rigorous training. Next year, you will see a stronger us. Next year we will also become stronger. Shinrao Fei said. Brother Fei, remember to show mercy when you meet us next year. Zheng Qi said to Shinrao Fei with a smile. Shinrao Fei frowned and gave Zheng Qi a middle finger. He had been enjoying Zheng Qi for a long time today and didn't want to endure it anymore. Where is the referee? Suspend this guy. Zheng Qi shouted. Others laughed, even the Chengfen players who were in a bad mood couldn't help laughing. To be honest, it will be difficult for you to beat us next year. Shinrao Fei whispered to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's face did not change. I know, but you can't stop working hard because of this, don't you think? Shinrao Fei laughed, then patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder, and left with Lu Xiaoshen and others. The defeated general still looks so arrogant. Our brother Fei really lost the battle but not the battle. Zheng Qi whispered to Su Jing. Su Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Chapter 454. Don't rush. When Chengfen set out for their third World Cup in the past 5 years, FIFA completed a very brilliant season. Although they did not win the first-class league championship and relied on the playoffs to get a place in the Super League, for a new army, such a result is enough to make all teams envious, jealous and hate, and their China Cup championship has made them gain countless attention. They are not the first second-class league team in the history of the Chinese professional league to win the China Cup. After all, when the league was first established, there was not much difference in strength between the professional teams. Although there are few examples of first-class teams winning the China Cup, there are still some. However, in the past 30 years, as the economic level of super teams has shown an overwhelming advantage over first-class teams, there has never been such a dragon-slaying legend. Not to mention defeating the champion of the Super League in the final, even in ordinary knockout matches, the situation of first-class teams eliminating super teams is extremely rare. Even if it happens, it is just that the top-ranked team in that first-class league defeats the relegation team in the Super League. Even so, it will attract considerable attention. The most popular Yao Kuang in the first-class league, in addition to their dazzling performance, the key factor is that they can occasionally beat super teams in the cup, which brings them enough popularity. FIFA has defeated 5 Super League teams in the cup. Qinhe and Chengfen, which have the best performance in recent years, have lost to them. How can they get less attention? In the system of the football era, the more attention you get, the more lucrative your income will be. Hey, I thought I would lose my pants this year, but I didn't expect to make money. Looking at the financial report Su Jing gave him, Zheng Qi couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, we must lose money, but who made us perform well in the cup? And the income from the playoffs is not bad. Our ticket share in the China Cup final is more than 100 million, plus the share of the broadcast fee is 300 million, which can fill all our expenses at once. The previous profit was because you gave a lot of bonuses, otherwise we could make more. Su Jing smiled. It's not like she hasn't seen money before. After her father's Dasun group had overcome the previous difficulties, it has been developing rapidly in the past few years, with an annual profit of more than 1 billion yuan. As time goes by, it will become stronger and stronger. Compared with Dasun's income, the current income of Vifan Club is nothing, but just think about it, a club that has only been established for 2 years has already achieved the achievement of creating profits in the first-class league. What will the future of this club be like? The next thing to do is to renew the contracts of the players one by one. We don't need to poach people anymore. The existing players are enough. Although they don't have enough experience and their operation level is not very strong, they all have excellent character attributes and are not very old. They will gradually become stronger. Zheng Qi said. Well, we're ready to start doing these things. Several shareholders will not have any problems. The main thing is to improve the treatment of other people and prepare for the next game. Su Jing nodded and answered with a smile. By the way, isn't it said that every year the new super team will receive a bonus from the league organizing committee? How much can it be? Zheng Qi asked. It should be coming soon. According to previous years, it is about 1 billion, because if the number is less, the club can't run better. Su Jing replied. Damn, there are so many. This time I'm really going to get rich, ha 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 ha. Zheng Qi said with great joy. No way, this little money, for a super club, it's really nothing. Su Jing said helplessly. Yes, we can only make more money when there are competitions, including players. I have merchants coming to me to sign personal sponsorship contracts now. Zheng Qi smiled. We must pay attention to this issue. I asked many experts in the industry, and they all think that the players of the new teams entering the Super League should be cautious when choosing sponsors and should not blindly sign long-term contracts. This is not good for themselves and the merchants. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi seriously. Yes, I also considered this point, so I didn't agree. Even if I want to sign, I will only sign for 1 year, and at most give them the priority to renew the contract. Zheng Qi smiled and replied. Su Jing nodded. We need to talk to the others too. Don't sign contracts blindly. That's your business, I don't care. Zheng Qi laughed. You're really a hands-off boss. Su Jing sighed. Who told me that you were so capable, talented, and smart? I can only play in competitions, but not in other aspects. Zheng Qi laughed. After hearing this, Su Jing was very happy in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Don't underestimate yourself. If it weren't for your own attraction, we wouldn't be able to get so many people together. At least without you, I wouldn't have thought that I had the potential to be a professional player. I used to be just an ordinary amateur player. Then I have to thank Uncle Meng for this. If it weren't for him, how would I know that you can be a professional player? Zheng Qi laughed. Well, even if Uncle Meng discovered my potential, and Li Gurui, but Uncle Meng was brought to the game by you, wasn't he? And Zheng Xu, Niao, they are all your old friends. It is precisely because of this group of backbones that we can recruit so many good players. Su Jing said with a smile. Well, if you put it this way, you really have to thank me. If it weren't for me, Zheng Xu wouldn't have joined. If he didn't join, he wouldn't have brought that set of monster pooling techniques. Without that set of monster pooling techniques, we wouldn't have been able to recruit people. Zheng Qi smiled. Okay, I admit that I am very important. Have you thought about the plan for next season? Su Jing looked at Zheng Qi with a reproachful look, and then asked. No plan, train well and work hard to gain a foothold in the Super League. It's not realistic to want to hit the championship as soon as you went to the Super League. Although we have won Tianhe and Chengfen before, it can only prove that we had the ability to beat any opponent in a single game, but focusing on 1 or 2 cup games is different from playing the entire Super League. Zheng Qi thought for a while and answered. His expression was very calm at this time, but only he knew that when Su Jing looked at him just now, his heart started beating violently, and a feeling he had never felt before emerged in his heart, making him feel a little strange. However, he concealed it very well, and even Su Jing, who was already very familiar with him, did not notice it. Ah, you are very thoughtful. I thought you would be very excited. Su Jing said in surprise. I'm not stupid. How much time did we spend preparing for the previous victory over Changfen? Even so, it was very hard, and we also gambled on some luck. In the Super League, we definitely don't have so much time to prepare for a game. If we want to improve our winning rate, we have to improve our overall strength. This is the kingly way. If we want to improve our overall strength, there is no other way. Each of us has improved faster and maintained overall improvement. That's the way. Our players already have excellent roles, and they are also very young and have a lot of room for growth. In this regard, it is our advantage. As long as everyone can continue to grow, will Changfen still be our opponent? Listening to Zheng Qi's words, Su Jing finally laughed from the bottom of his heart. But don't forget, this is only theoretical, and the contract renewal has just started. It's not certain whether every player will stay. Su Jing finally reminded Zheng Qi. Of course we can't control the thoughts of every player, but if that happens, we can't do anything. Everyone has his freedom, right? We will recruit someone else when the time comes. Although we don't have much choice now, there are always opportunities to choose, Zheng Qi shrugged and said. Su Jing nodded. She found that she was a little demanding of perfection. No club can avoid losing people. Basically, there is no team that can only have people in and no people out. In the past few years, only Changfen and Tinhe can only have people in and no people out. This is because their performance is good enough, so the players are willing to stay to compete for some owners. In addition, although the turnover of personnel will not be particularly frequent, it is definitely indispensable. In this case, it is no big deal for extraordinary players to leave, although in Su Jing's opinion, this situation will be rare. After all, Fifen's players are not particularly famous now. Although they became famous in the China Cup finals, they showed their potential and overall level in that game. In addition, Fifen showed strong fighting power as a team. As individuals, they certainly had wonderful performances, but such performances did not seem to be enough for super teams to poach them with generous benefits. Moreover, for Fifen's players, they are now in Fifen, which has enough benefits. Whether it is treatment or exposure, they are not worse than any other team. Top teams may not be interested in them, and Class A teams or ordinary Super League teams are not attractive to poach them. Fifen does not have to worry about anything now. Moreover, as Zheng Qi said, even if someone wants to leave, they can find a way to fill the gap. Fifen's first-line team has no defects now. 1 or 2 people can fill the gap. As long as the overall framework is not a problem, some details are a little different, and the impact is not big. If the team is stable, there will be no problem. Su Jing thought to herself. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 455 The best choice. As for the Fifen club, they haven't really encountered poaching until now. After all, as a club that has only been established for 2 years, it is often not worth being poached. Fifen is relatively different, but when they were just established, no one cared, and after they were established, they were not something that ordinary clubs could poach. In the past 2 years, the only ones who really left the club, except for Shinryo Fei who left at the beginning, were the boat trio. Their departure was not considered poaching, but a return on loan. After Su Jing thought for a long time, she felt that no one would come to poach Fifen. Those who could poach Fifen's players would look down on other players except Zheng Qi and a few others, and those who could not be poached, let alone consider them. However, there are always unexpected things in this world. Su Jing and Zheng Qi both believed that no one would leave, and the subsequent contract renewal was indeed very smooth. Zheng Nialiwa, Liga Rui, Ban Yuanfen and Zui are all shareholders at Fifen. Although they don't hold many shares, it means that their names have been tied to Fifen and they can't leave. They are also basically the core players at Fifen, and the contract renewal with them went very smoothly. Among the other players, Qing Chuan, Lin Fei, Zheng Qi, and former Canton players such as Zheng Qi plus Zifei, all renewed their contracts with the team happily. Originally, Su Jing thought that Chainlin might be an uncertain factor, because when Chainlin joined Fifen last year, his starting point was actually the highest among these players. After playing professional games in the South for a year, he was no longer an ordinary young player. However, after joining the team in the second half of the season, Zheng Lin's status in FIFA was not high. He was just a member of the defensive lineup. Unlike Filady, he would often be sent to guard the opponent's core, and unlike Zhu, he would often take on the responsibility of cutting off the opponent's defense alone. He was just a member of the defensive lineup and looked inconspicuous. Even many times, FIFA's fans didn't think that this guy with the best background was an important player of FIFA. Such ignored players may want to leave. However, Zheng Lin did not seem to have any objection. When he came to FIFA, he signed a 3-year contract. Now there are 2 years left, but he signed that contract extension without hesitation, extending his contract to 3 years. Football-era players usually sign a 3-year contract at most, unlike the past professional players who signed a 5-year contract at most. However, the contract is relatively more flexible. After 1 year, if the club wants to keep you, it will renew the contract immediately. If it does not renew the contract, it actually means that the club does not need you very much. Zheng Lin signed that contract extension, which made Su Jing feel relieved, but when Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong came over at the same time, Su Jing was very surprised. Because from any perspective, these two people have no reason to want to leave. They are considered to be the older players at FIFA, and they joined the team in that first year of FIFA's establishment. At the time, they, Zheng Qi, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were all players who had played against Zheng Qi and others in the new district. They knew that FIFA club had a set of methods to build accounts, so they chose to join FIFA. After they joined, they played an extremely important role in FIFA's breakthrough in the Yamato League. Any team needs so many players. Although every player is equal in theory, in fact, everyone knows that the players of a team are still divided into different levels. The core players are not easily replaced, and they are even the foundation of a team. His performance determines the height of the team. The important players are the framework of the team. They are the best teammates and partners of the core players. Although they are not irreplaceable, it will take a lot of effort for the club to replace them, and the effect may not be good. Next is the ordinary players. They are also an important part of the team. However, in terms of importance and the possibility of replacement, they are relatively easy to replace. The frequency of their changing clubs will not be too low. It is said that it is a good meeting and parting. If they want to leave, it will not cause too much waves. If we divide it this way, there are several core players in FIFA, a group of important players, and a group of ordinary players. However, no matter how we divide them, Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi are both important players. Zheng Qi has his own characteristics in offense, and Yuan Kong is also a good defender. They are not the core of FIFA, but they are definitely important players. And with their status in FIFA, what team can poach them? Like Zheng Qi, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi, they joined FIFA at the time because they thought FIFA had a good future and would not be limited to the Yamato League and the first-class league. Otherwise, with their status as youth training players of the Super Club, it would be no problem to find a suitable position in a first-class team. Now FIFA has proved that their judgment at the time was not wrong. They are about to play in the Super League. Why do they want to leave? Su Jing looked at Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi with a lot of doubts. She knew that if the other party wanted to leave, she and FIFA could not stop them. After all, their contracts were signed when the club was founded. Now there is only 1 year left. According to the rules, players with 1 year left in the contract can find their next home by themselves. This is completely legal, and their contracts are often bought out and the value is not high. Sister Su, we are not ungrateful people. Without FIFA, we would not have our current role attributes. When we left King Kwang, it was FIFA who accepted us and allowed us to have such an outstanding role now, but before coming to FIFA, we also had a benefactor, and that was our eldest brother. Yuan Kong said to Su Jing very sincerely. When we were in District 108, in addition to the two of us, there was also Boss Xilai with us. His level was much better than ours, so he successfully stayed in King Kwang's first team. At the time, he also tried hard to let the club keep us, but the club did not agree. If King Kwang just came to us, we definitely would not go. We are not cheap. Zheng Qi also said very sincerely. But now our boss is already the core of the main force and has a say. The head coach who didn't want us before has also resigned and been replaced by a new head coach. They are very enthusiastic about us. Not only did they give us very sincere treatment, but they also let the boss come to us. We can not care about the club, but we can't not care about the boss. Su Jing was speechless. As a businessman, Su Jing would not be moved by such words. FIFA had just entered the Super League. According to her previous conversation with Zheng Qi, no one should be left behind. Everyone must stay, especially the important players. However, as a player, after hearing what Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong said, she knew that even if she get them, she could not keep their hearts. As a businessman, she could keep them of this time. After all, there was still a year's contract. After the team stayed in the Super League for a year and hit certain results, it would be much easier to operate. If they left now, the loss of the team would still be great. However, as a player, Su Jing knew that this was also a good opportunity for Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi. In the light of their age and role attributes, they would definitely be able to get a better position. Without a suitable offer, we will not agree. Su Jing could only say this. Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Don't worry, Sister Su, we won't cooperate with King Quan to put pressure on the club. It's the boss who has done us a favor, not the club. Even if the club bleeds more, it won't affect us, so you can rest assured. Hearing Zheng Qi say this, Su Jing nodded. Things have come to this, so they can only find ways to make up for it from other places. They can't let the departure of one or two people affect the layout of the entire team. They want to leave for this reason. I feel that there is no way. Next, we have to collect information and see if we can get 2 people to fill the vacancies in the lineup. Anyway, it shouldn't be difficult for us to find people to fill the gaps now, Zheng Qi nodded after hearing the news that Su Jing came to report. In the following time, the commercial negotiators of the Fifth Club began to contact King Quan. The football-era professional league has been carried out for so many years, and there are many talents in this area, and they are easy to find. Since last season, these departments of the Fifth Club have been gradually established. The Fifth Club is not a grassroots team, but a very formal club. And the sincerity of King Quan is still sufficient. Last season, King Quan's results were not very good. Although they are also an old Super League team, they have always been ranked in the bottom 10, that is, they are mainly relegated. Their results last year declined a bit. Although Xilai's performance was extremely outstanding and he became a leader of the new generation and began to be favored by the club, if you want to hold up a new young core, you always have to pay some performance price. Under such circumstances, King Quan almost got relegated last year, but only relied on Xilai's outstanding performance in the end to successfully stay in the league. As an old super team, they will not have any financial problems. Although King Quan has been in a relegation situation for many years, they have been able to stay in the Super League. Their financial resources are not bad at all. At this time, it is time for them to open their wallets. They can't dig other famous players. The famous players who can bring qualitative changes to the team are not something they can afford with money. What's more, everyone can see from the game last season that King Quan clearly wants to make Xilai that door. The famous players will be the background of a young player. King Quan is not that attractive, so after Xilai recommended them, King Quan found that Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong, the 2 young players they had given up before, were actually the best choices now. Chapter 456 Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The end of each year is the most active time for club transfers. Generally speaking, the club's introduction and transfers are completed before the new year. After all, the new season training will be held after the new year. If the transfer is delayed until the game is about to start, the teams running in alone will be a big problem. The games of the football era require more running in than the previous football games, so basically there are very few temporary transfers. Unless the top players have a conflict with the team, other teams will rush to take them. For ordinary players, it is difficult for other teams to introduce him at the risk of a decline in performance due to running in. You can't introduce one person in the first half of the season and use him in the second half of the season. The football era first team has only 22 people, and everyone will be used. One goes, one comes, one comes, one goes, that's it. No team will have a large first team of more than 30 people, which is a huge waste. So after the end of the season, although Zheng is still fighting hard in the World Cup, the transfers in the league have gradually begun. Although most of them are transfers of ordinary players, there are many such transfers every year, and there are no unnoticeable player transfers. Often such transfers are for the club to add some fresh blood, and the players also think that they can perform better in a new environment. There are not many real big transfers every season. For fans, watching player transfers now is not as exciting as transfers in football games in the past. After all, there is no distinction between substitutes and main players now. All players of a team are useful in the team. In this case, the frequency of transfers is not high. The ones who can really cause a stir are outstanding players like Xiongfei who choose to transfer for their position in the team. However, the probability of this happening is extremely rare. Last year, Xi Yongfei's transfer to Hong Yuan caused a great sensation. Of course, from now on, it seems like a joke, so in the World Cup ended and Zheng Qi defeated all opponents through 7 difficult games and won the World Cup for the 3rd time in 5 years, the most sensational transfer in the transfer market so far happened. In the transfer of the football era, the value of players is not high, because the overall number of players' contracts is not much. If the players want to leave, the club does not have much ability to stop them. Players and clubs are in a cooperative relationship, not a superior subordinate relationship. Therefore, the transfer fee of ordinary players is only a few million, and the transfer fee of outstanding players is only tens of millions. If the club wants to keep good players, it must make the players feel that staying in your club can have a better development for their future. No matter how rich the club is, it cannot attract players with high salaries, because the real treatment and income of Super League players come from their advertising value, and the advertising value is most closely related to the team you're in, your position in the team, and your performance in the team. Therefore, the transfer of players is often an assessment of self-worth. In a team, the positions that can get the most attention are always limited, and players also have various personalities. Some can contribute silently, and some need a bigger stage. In this case, transfers have become a new game. However, over the years, the status of players in each club has been basically stable, and there will be no chaotic transfer situation. So when the end of the year was approaching, the most shocking transfers were the 2 transfers at Fifen. Fifen players Zheng and Fifen player Yuan Kong transferred to Qingquan Club at a package price of 50 million. After this news came out, public opinion was shocked. Zheng and Yuan Kong were not the best performers in Fifen's team last year, but they were also quite impressive. But such players could be sold for 50 million? Impossible, right? However, within the professional team circle, everyone felt that Qingquan had picked up a big bargain this time. Everyone is not stupid. Although Zheng and Yuan Kong's performance in last year's game was not impressive, it was related to their positions. From their performance and the inferred attribute account of more than 800 points, it was really a big profit to introduce them at this price. And some details of this transfer were gradually disclosed, making everyone begin to feel that it was very reasonable. If Xi had not been kind to Yuan Kong and Zheng, Qingquan really couldn't have ducked these 2 people, and Qingquan was preparing to replace and rejuvenate next. These 2 people will become the focus of Qingquan's training, so that they can be impressed. However, such a transfer also gave some ideas to the middle and lower level clubs in the Super League. If Qingquan can poach players, can we poach them too? Fifen's players all have God-level accounts, and poaching 1 or 2 of them is really a good deal. Unfortunately, their subsequent intentional contacts were firmly rejected by Fifen. Except for Yuan Kong and Zheng, other Fifen players have already renewed their contracts with the club. It is very difficult to poach them. Moreover, although Fifen has just entered the Super League, the title of China Cup champion is still very useful. Fifen's players are very young. Of course, they hope that under such circumstances, they can fight for some owners in an ambitious team, rather than go to other middle and lower level teams for the sake of profit. The club's attitude is firm, and the players themselves do not want to leave. Fifen's next players are really a solid block. And then, Fifen once again became a celebrity in the transfer market. Thunder captain, Dongtime for young master Bin Shikayang, transferred from Thunder to Fifen at a price of 120 million. After this news came out, it brought an even greater shock. No one had thought that Fifen would make such a big move. Who is Bin Shikayang? He is a real god-level player, one of the strongest players in the league. The legendary captain of the Thunder has a very high status in the Thunder. Why did Fifen give him over? And is the Thunder crazy? How could he let such a captain go? Although the Thunder's performance last year was also average, Bin Shikayang's performance also declined a lot. Under his leadership, the Thunder fell out of the top 10 for the first time, which was the worst performance in the past 10 years, but Bin Shikayang had no reason to leave. The fans of the Thunder were very angry because they liked Bin Shikayang as the captain. They didn't understand the club's decision. The Thunder club had to issue a statement, saying that this transfer was out of consideration for the future of the club. The Thunder club will usher in a new life and will invest more in the newcomer Xiaobo who has emerged in the past 2 years, so that he can grow into a new god-level player and let the Thunder forward. After such a statement came out, Thunder fans gradually calmed down their dissatisfaction, not because they are too easily satisfied, but because they also know that Bin Shikayang is indeed not young anymore. At the age of 33, he has reached the twilight of the professional league, and his performance is indeed not as good as in previous years. He is a core player. He has left a deep mark on the team in the Thunder for so many years, and his playing style is not too consistent with Xiaobo's style. The poor performance at the Thunder last year has a lot to do with the mismatch between the styles of the veterans and the new generation. Xiaobo is not aggressive. When he is interviewed, he often expresses that he wants to do better and match the captain's style. However, things like style cannot be unified just by saying so. The dispute over style is often more difficult to resolve than personal grudges. It has been 2 years since Xiaobo joined the first team. From an ordinary young player, he has quickly grown into an important player with the potential to become a god-level player. His status in the club is certainly not low, and Ben Shik-Yang also has a high status and many people support him. If these two players really have a conflict, then the whole team may be dragged into the abyss. In this case, the club can only make a new choice. Should we choose the newcomer Xiaobo or the old captain Ben Shik-Yang? This is a very difficult choice, but it doesn't seem very difficult. For that club, renewal is always necessary, especially in the football era. The existence of a core is extremely important to the entire team. They are the barometer of the team's performance and are often related to the height of the entire team. However, it is the most difficult to replace such players. The best choice is that when the current core players have not yet declined, new potential players will rise, and the old core will leave for 1 or 2 years, gradually giving way to the new core, giving them the opportunity to take the position. However, this best choice does not appear often. If it is not done well, the new and old cores will quarrel and the whole team's performance will plummet. There are many examples. Now Xiaobo and Ben Shik-Yang are not quarreling, but it is time to make a choice. This choice is difficult, but not difficult. Youth represents the future, so of course we should choose the young. But the old captain cannot give up so easily. Ben Shik-Yang's performance did decline a bit last year, but this is related to the inconsistency of internal style. He is not very old, and there is no problem for him to play for 1 or 2 years. He cannot be given up easily, but if he wants to transfer, he can't sell for much. At this time, FIFA made an offer. 120 million to buy a 33-year-old veteran. This is an extremely rare thing. Although there is no competition in the transfer market of the football era, if Lu Xiaoshan really wants to transfer, those big clubs will pay 1 billion to buy him without blinking an eye. It is not uncommon for god-level players to transfer to hundreds of millions of dollars. However, using such a large amount of money to buy a veteran, probably only a newly promoted team like FIFA can do it. So Lei Tim agreed to FIFA's application without much hesitation and concentrated on building a new team. As for whether Ben Shik-Yang will perform well in FIFA, it doesn't really matter to them, because they have never been a team that is challenging the championship. 120 million is not a small income, and it can also solve internal conflicts. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Chapter 457. This is a win-win situation. I joined FIFA because of FIFA's sincerity. I don't think I'm on the verge of retirement. It's my honor to be able to join a team that has the ability to challenge owners in the later stage of my career. New players naturally need to attend the press conference. When attending the press conference, Ben Shik-Yang smiled and said such a paragraph. He is a veteran who has experienced many hardships and has achieved great success late in life. Naturally, he has a mentality of not being surprised by praise or criticism. And he is really satisfied with joining FIFA. The reason is very simple. FIFA defeated Thunder last year. Having played against Thunder on the court, he naturally knows how great the potential of this team is. After staying in Thunder for so many years, he is old, but he is treated like this, which also makes Ben Shik-Yang a little discouraged. At this time, FIFA extended an olive branch to him through Zheng Qi, which made him quite moved. In all these years in Thunder, his best result was helping Thunder get the 4th place in the league. At the time, Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qingx had not yet risen. He was considered one of the best core players in the league. This title is more valuable than it is now, because at the time no player could suppress everyone else. Every top player was a hero. At the time, although Ben Shik-Yang was not young, he was in his prime. The Thunder had never been a strong team, but just a mid-level team. At the time, whether it was Nanguo, Shenhua or Xianfen, the 3 strongest teams, all extended olive branches to him. Ben Shik-Yang refused. He was an old-school player. There were many such players who were willing to choose to stick to it, or to be faithful to the end. At the time, the management of the Thunder was very moved, because they knew that if Ben Shik-Yang wanted to leave, they had no way to do it. Until now, Ben Shik-Yang still remembers the boss holding his hand and saying to dozens of Thunder fans with tears in his eyes, "This is the backbone of the Thunder." At the time, the Thunder's love for Ben Chiang was almost like erecting a bronze statue for him. But as time went by, the Thunder never reached such a height again. Although the top 8 was already very good, compared with other teams, the overall strength of the Thunder still did not improve. But other teams are constantly improving. Lucian began to rise, Li Qing's began to rise, they made Changfeng and Tianhe, which were originally mid-level teams, become top teams. Canning had Yuan Shao, Nangguo had Sun Fei, Shenhua had a young man named Yimo who began to emerge, and Kushinfeng's Jie Xingyu began to be trained. Slowly, everyone began to be dissatisfied. They thought that Ben Chiang's strength was limited, and his performance that year was just a flash in the pan. Compared with the increasing number of top players, he was several years older and would never reach such a height again. Fortunately, Thunder had never cultivated outstanding players. Although there were voices of dissatisfaction with Ben Chiang, most people could still realize the value of Ben Chiang to the team. Then, Xiaobo appeared. When he appeared, he was not very impressive. He was even at a disadvantage in the competition with Zheng Qi. However, Xiaobo had a good relationship with the coach and the management, and Xiaobo finally stayed. At the time, Xiaobo was not very impressive because he had average attributes and his operation level seemed to be average. He did not look like a player who could lead the team. However, this person's luck in the mid-zone is amazing. He can get extra attribute points almost every week. With the continuous improvement of his operation, he has the potential to become a god-level player. This gives the club new hope. With new hope, the old hope is of course nothing. Compared with Ben Chiang, Xiaobo is more capable and has a good relationship with every management. Unlike Ben Chiang, he is only focused on leading the team. He will not do some of the management's practices that he disagrees with. To the outside, Xiaobo has always been very polite and has always respected Ben Chiang. But within the team, he has been aggressive. He represents the emerging forces and wants to change the Thunder's previous tactical play. Although there is no direct conflict, the internal struggle has been going on. In Ben Chiang's view, if it were not for this, the Thunder's performance last year would not have declined so much. But he was powerless. No one listened to him. Everyone thought that Xiaobo was the hope of the team's future, and he was just an old guy who was about to be out of date. Although Ben Chiang wanted to be faithful to his team, he would not stay shamelessly. He knew that the team was selling him privately, and he did not want to spend the last stage of his career in a low-level team. So and he knew that FIFA offered 120 million to introduce him, he agreed without hesitation. First, Zheng Qi came to him to show his sincerity, and second, they were optimistic about FIFA's future development. Choosing Ben Chiang is the result of our team's careful consideration. We're a young team. Among the 20 current first-team members, 15 are players under 23 years old, and the remaining 5 older players are only 26 or 27 years old. Relying on youth, we can create miracles in the lower leagues, but in the Super League, we still need rich experience, so after knowing that Ben Chiang might transfer, we immediately took him. I think this will be an extremely cost-effective deal. Zheng Qi said with a smile on his side. Ben Chiang turned his head to look at Zheng Qi, and then laughed. This young man is much cuter than Xiaobo. To bring in Ben Chiang at such a high price, does FIFA have the financial resources to do so? A reporter asked. We don't have much money, but our attitude towards spending money is that if it's worth it no matter how much money we pay, and if it's not worth it, it's a waste to bring it in for free. Ben Chiang is worth this much, no doubt about it. Zheng Qi laughed and said. Ben Chiang smiled slightly. I don't know how much I am worth, but I will try my best to make the club's money worth spending. FIFA's move proves their ambition and courage. There is no financial support behind this team. If it weren't for their major shareholder and captain Zheng Qi who won 1 billion last year by betting that FIFA could qualify for the A-League, their funds would not be enough to support their team to stay in the A-League for a year. Last year, they performed well and had very lucrative returns in the cup competition. In addition, after entering the Super League, the rewards given by the league meant that they no longer had to worry about finances. However, even so, their total assets would not exceed 3 billion so far. This number is of course an extremely large number for ordinary people, but for a super club, it is nothing. Under such circumstances, they actually spent 1/20th of the entire club's cash to buy a 33-year-old player, which is commendable courage. Admittedly, experienced god-level players like Ben Chiang can bring FIFA what he lacks the most, but can they really achieve outstanding results in the Super League? At the press conference, Fifan's move caused a great sensation. However, afterwards, the media were not particularly optimistic about this transaction. Although God-level players cannot be measured by money, Zheng Qi is an outdated player who has begun to decline. If Fifan wants to poach people, even if he can't poach God-level players, it is not difficult to poach two reliable Super League players. Why did he set his sights on Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi himself did not respond to this because he knew his positioning for Fifan. At his age, he would not have too many ambitions. Fifan was willing to introduce him at such a price. He just wanted to help Fifan with his performance. Fifan lacked experience, but he did not lack this. The transfer fee is actually worth it, but we are still short of one person. Sujing said to Zheng Qi. Well, what do you think of Zheng Qi? Both entered the A-level league this year, but with his strength, it would be a pity for him to stay in the A-level league. Zheng Qi said. Both won't let him go. If they really wanted to, they would have let Zheng Qi go long ago. Sujing felt a little unbelievable. It's different now. Zheng Qi laughed. How can we know if we don't do it? Then do it and show me. Sujing said. She didn't have much hope, because with the relationship between Zheng Qi and Boat, it was hard to imagine that they could poach him. After all, Zheng Qi was the focus of Boat's training before, and they hoped to build a strong team with him as the core. Zheng Qi didn't leave during the Yamato League, let alone now that it is a Class A team. However, what surprised Sujing was that after 5 days, Zheng Qi really brought Zheng Qi back. How did you do it? Sujing asked in great surprise. Present facts and reason. Zheng Qi said, Boat's foundation is too weak now. Entering the A-League is already the limit. Although their boss is not short of money, he is not very rich. Entering the A-League and upgrading will cost a lot. I offered 20 million, which has already satisfied him. Is this a problem that can be solved with money? Sujing was even more surprised. She had also met Boat's boss and didn't think that he was a money grubber. Of course it's not just a matter of money, it's also about Zheng Qi's future. Zheng Qi smiled and said, I just asked the boss of Boat, does he want to see Zheng Qi waste his time in the First Division League, or does he want to see him improve faster in the Super League? And I also promised that when Boat returns to the Super League, we will let Zheng Qi go. Did he agree? Of course, Boat has just entered the First Division League, and it will take more than 1 or 2 years to return to the Super League. Although Zheng Qi was outstanding, he may not be as useful as an experienced old First Division player in the First Division League. He can train himself in the Super League. What's wrong with that? If Boat can return to the Super League, he will gain a quasi-God level player, which is much better than dragging Zheng Qi now. Zheng Qi replied, this is a win-win situation. Chapter 458. Are you mistaking this? In Zheng Qi's view, whether it is the introduction of Zheng Qi or Zheng Qi, it is a win-win situation. Fifan and the players themselves have won. The good thing about Zheng Qi was that their club has also won, while Thunder will not win. The management is held hostage by a player. It's simply, how did this club get to where it is today? Zheng Qi complained to Sujing in private. Sujing just shrugged her shoulders and didn't say much. Before the new year, Fifan completed their personnel changes this season. As a new team, their personnel changes are not many. 2 people left and 2 people joined. This is very rare for a new team, because generally speaking, after the first-class team rushes to the Super League, it must be generally replaced. It is too common for a team that can go smoothly in the first-class league to struggle in the Super League. Otherwise, why would the league organizing committee give out such a large sum of money? With such a sum of money, if the operation is better, it is not difficult to replace the entire team, because every year there will be some new players entering the Super League team, and then a group of players will be eliminated. These players are very popular in the first-class league, and they are also very useful in the new Super League. At the same time, the players who are leaving the relegated team are also favored by the new team that is promoted. Of course, there are exceptions, such as this year, the 3 teams promoted to the Super League, except for Yinshuang, which has introduced some Super League level players, whether it is Zhongxiao who returned to the Super League as a champion, or Fifan who created the Black 8 miracle, their signings are very few. Fifan is because the players themselves are very good, and Zhongxiao is similar. When they were relegated, they basically kept everyone. Now that they have returned to the Super League, they only need to check for leaks and fill in the gaps. So this time Yinshuang has taken advantage. When compared with the old super teams, the new army was originally at a disadvantage and could only get some foreign money. Now that there are 2 fewer competitors, they have introduced some very good players and are ready to no longer fight for relegation in the new season. The media gave high praise to the three new teams, believing that they are likely to stay in the Super League after the season ends, which means that the level of the Super League this year will be even better than before. However, FIFA's transfer was seen as a loss by the outside world. They spent a total of 140 million in the transfer market, but only cashed out 50 million. The total investment of 90 million was not too much, but it was still not very cost-effective. They are really harsh. I want to be more cost-effective. Is it cost-effective? There are many teams that are interested in Ben Shikayang, including some very competitive teams. How can we win them without spending more money? The same is true for Zheng Qi. With only 90 million invested, we can keep our first team attribute points above 800 points for each person. It's awesome, isn't it? Zheng Qi complained to Su Jing. Let's use the results of the game to tell them our level, isn't it? Su Jing smiled slightly, not angry at all. Well, are the other actions of poaching people going smoothly? Zheng Qi asked. It's going pretty smoothly. We offer enough treatment, so those semi-professional players are happy to come to our club guild. Now our strength is improving very quickly. Although the number of core guilds has not increased, it is still 60, but the gold content is much higher than before. Su Jing said with a smile. This is good. We don't have much time to spend energy on fighting for boss in the future. Only when the guild is strong can we have better protection. Zheng Qi nodded and said happily. But our investment in this area is also very large. It doesn't cost much to recruit these people, but it accumulates to a very large number. In addition to their salaries, our monthly expenditure was only 20 to 30 million before, and now it has to be increased to 60 million. In addition to the increase in the number of professional players, we have to rent 2 more floors, and the expenses are much higher. Su Jing said with some worry. Really? How much is the monthly expenditure? Zheng Qi asked. It won't be less than 100 million. Su Jing said. Although this figure is only in the middle of the Super League, our foundation is still not very good. It is still uncertain how much income we will have in the new season. With the current funds of the club, this kind of expenditure cannot support a year. Don't worry, our club's income will not be less. Zheng Qi smiled. After the league starts, our ticket share for each game will be at least tens of millions. This is the normal income in previous years, and we will never be relegated. That's right, I'm just reminding you. Su Jing nodded. Besides, even if the income is not enough, I can make up for it. The new sponsorship contract I signed is 100 million a year. Although it's still a drizzle compared to Lu Xiaoshan, it's enough to make up for it. Zheng Qi smiled. It's not your club, how can you always pay for it? Su Jing said unhappily. What do you think of me as the second largest shareholder? Our club is called a joint stock club, but isn't it just a group of brothers who get together for fun? Why bother? Compared with the income from my previous live broadcast of playing games, I'm making a fortune now, okay? Zheng Qi laughed. You think it's easy? Su Jing smiled. After all, I'm young, so I don't have to think too much about the future. I'm happy now. Zheng Qi smiled and said, otherwise, why did I spend as much money as I had back then, and now it's just about the same? If you really want to calculate it based on the capital injection, the money you spent on the club last year is enough to double your shares. Su Jing smiled. It's not a big deal, let's not talk about it, the vacation time is coming soon, and we have to train well in the next 2 months. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said, Coach Zhushan and Uncle Meng have been making training plans during this period, and they are working hard with the people in the tactical department. It seems that we will have a hard time in the future. Su Jing smiled. That's great. They've been resting for so long. Next, of course, they'll have to work harder. Zheng Qi laughed. For the FIFA club, they have achieved brilliant results in the 2 years since its establishment. However, in Zheng Qi's view, that was just the beginning. If it was just to become a professional player and show his level in the Super League, Zheng Qi would have chosen to join Cheng'an a few years ago. He refused at the time, but he didn't know why he refused. Until now, he has made up his mind. A man should establish a reputation in the world, and establish a reputation to comfort his life. What kind of reputation can comfort his life? Of course, it must be an unprecedented achievement, and he must be the leader. So he formed the FIFA club, and now he wants to make the FIFA club the best club and strive for unprecedented owners. 5 crowns, that's of course very good, but if Cheng'an wins the 5 crowns, it's not very satisfying. Only when the FIFA, which he formed, wins the 5 crowns, it's satisfying. FIFA is already very good now. The people Zheng Qi met along the way, combined with these people, let him have a strong team. The candidates for this team are all the best. Zheng Qi was lucky to meet these outstanding players, and now he is going to attack towards his goal. This is what Meng Fan wants to see, and it is also what he wants to see. For the Fifan players, they had a very happy holiday. Although they were a little surprised to hear that Yuan Kong and Zheng had left during the holiday, they were very excited when Fifan introduced Bin Xiaoqiang and Qing Yizhao. They were not familiar with Bin Xiaoqiang, but Qing Chuan was very familiar with him. He knew what level this old captain was. Even if others were not familiar with him, they knew what a god-level player meant. In the league, even if Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's were added, the real god-level players in the entire league, the god-level players recognized by everyone, were no more than 20 or 30 people. It was already very good for a super team to have one. Except for those top teams, no team could have several. Although Bin Xiaoqiang is old and his condition seems to be declining, he is still a serious god-level player. Even if the Fifan players are very proud of their attributes and levels, they don't think they can compare with veteran god-level players like Bin Xiaoqiang. Having such a strong teammate is of course a happy thing. As for Qing Yizhao, the Fifan players are very familiar with him. They have been teammates with them for half a year before, and they know Qing Yizhao's level. Moreover, Qing Yizhao was also a frontline rusher that Fifan lacks now. His joining will undoubtedly make Fifan more balanced as a whole. Before, the only one who was good at frontline rushing was Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi often took on this responsibility. Although Zheng Qi can also perform well in the frontline rushing position, it is undoubtedly a great waste if he only plays such a role. Now there are two full-time rushing players, Zheng Qi can be liberated, perform better on the field, and fully display his level. So after this vacation, the Fifan players began to have more confidence in the team's performance this year. Are we going to win 5 championships this year? Liga Rui said excitedly. Go for 5 championships. No problem, but we shouldn't have too much burden. Anyway, we are still young, so it's okay to make a 2 to 3 year plan. Zheng Qi said. Yeah, it seems a bit arrogant to go for 5 championships right after entering the Super League. We should be more low-key. Liga Rui said. Zheng Qi smiled and said, but even so, we still have to train hard. This is the next training plan, everyone take a look. The next moment, screams rang out in the training room of the entire first team. Are you kidding me? Chapter 459. Conversation, no mistake. Looking at the surprised players, Zheng Qi said seriously. Half a day of individual training, half a day of collective adaptation to the map. The previous 7 maps need to be consolidated, and 13 more maps have been added for learning. We can no longer rely on half a game to adapt to the simpler maps. We can defeat Hong Yuan in half a game, but it is not so easy to defeat the teams in the Super League. Half a day of individual training does have a lot of content, but it is very helpful for improving your personal operation level. Other clubs basically have these training contents, and ours is just a little more. Zhu Shan added. More? Qing Yizhao expressed doubt. You need more, because you haven't been with us for a year and lack training. You also need to improve more in terms of maps, otherwise, you won't be able to gain a foothold in our team in the future, do you understand? We are not a team without ambition, we are moving towards the top goal. Under such circumstances, we need to squeeze every bit of strength out of every player, only in this way can we go to the end together. Meng Fan said lightly. Don't worry, after the big data statistics and research of our tactical department, all the training plans are definitely not something you can't complete. As long as you work hard and focus, there is no plan that cannot be completed. The players nodded silently. Although they lost their courage when they saw such a plan, they estimated that they could still complete it if they really tried their best. It was obvious that the training volume was stuck at a limit, and they had to try their best to complete it. Bin Xiaoqiang looked at his training plan in a strange way. In his opinion, these training plans were not heavy. Why did Fifan and other young people have such bitter faces? Could it be that the young players have more training plans, and I have less? Bin Xiaoqiang thought to himself, but when he turned around and saw that the older players such as Fu Lei, Zheng Thong, Wu Jin, and Tang Ziyuan also had bitter faces, he felt a little strange. Could it be that they had very little training last year? No, I think their level is not bad. How can they be trained with very little training? With a lot of questions in his mind, Bin Xiaoqiang didn't say much. As an experienced veteran, although he is not good at interpersonal relationships, he would not be stupid enough to ask directly. The team only gathered on this day, and the real training would not start tomorrow, so after getting the training plan, the players dispersed. Next, they had to concentrate and prepare for the hard training time of the next month. Compared with other teams, the training time of Fifan is not much different. They all start training at this time, so Bin Shikai has no exception. Seeing that everyone has dispersed, he went over to say hello to Zhushan and Mengfan, and then prepared to go back to his room. But Mengfan stopped him. Don't you have anything to do in the evening? Let's chat if you have nothing to do. Mengfan said. Bin Shikai looked at Mengfan and then laughed. Nothing, let's chat. Then let's just go to the cafeteria to eat together. The food in our cafeteria is pretty good. Mengfan said. Bin Shikai nodded and followed Mengfan to the cafeteria. After getting the food, Mengfan took the plate and went to a table in the corner, and Bin Shikai followed him. It was very quiet around, and other people's dining places were relatively far away. So chatting in such an environment, there is no need to worry about others hearing. You know, before the start of this season, our earliest idea was not to introduce anyone, and not to let anyone go. Mengfan didn't say anything at first. He ate very quickly. During the meal, he didn't say a word, but just buried his head and concentrated on eating. When Mengfan was eating, Bin Shikai paid attention to him for a while and found that Mengfan ate very seriously and very quickly, which surprised him for a moment, and then he buried his head in eating. After eating, he drank soup, which was very hot, so he had a chance to talk, so Mengfan said the above sentence. I understand. In fact, I paid attention to Fifan's game last year for a long time. Well, I didn't start paying attention to it in the first half of the season, but after we Thunder were eliminated. Bin Shikai said. Mengfan didn't care when he said our Thunder to Bin Shikai, and Bin Shikai himself didn't notice this grammatical error. He had been saying this for nearly 10 years and was used to it. After paying attention to it, I found that many of Fifan's players are very young and haven't fully exerted their strength, but their character attribute points are all good. Bin Shikai continued. Mengfan smiled and nodded. He knew this very well. Although the attributes of Fifan's players have not been exposed now, a god-level player can observe what their level is by observing himself, let alone the careful observation of the club's tactical team. Such a team composed of all god-level accounts and professional players is too scary. It is precisely because of this that such a team does not need any personnel changes. It only needs to gain some experience in the league and it can immediately become the strongest team. Bin Shikai said. Yes, we think so too, but the departure of Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong is an accident. If it were not for Xilai's request, they would not want to leave, and we would not need to fill in other players, but they left. Mengfan said. Their departure will actually bring a series of chain reactions. The fact that other clubs did not take action before does not mean that they do not want to poach Fifan's players. Fifan's players are very young, but their character attributes are already so outstanding. After a year or two of precipitation and faster progress, they all have the potential to become god-level players. Maybe Team He Changping will only be interested in Zheng Qi and a few others, but other mid-level clubs, even clubs like Nangguo Shenhua, will also be interested in Fifan's players. Although Fifan's players are relatively grassroots and are willing to fight with Fifan, there are still some players who come from professional teams. Bin Shikai smiled. Yes, quite a few. In addition to the group of people from Canton, Qing Chuan is from Leiting, Lin Fei and Zhong Qi were from Jianman, and Chenlin is from Nangguo. These clubs may use this relationship to poach them. Mengfan nodded. I'm sorry to say that I also wanted to poach Qing Chuan by taking advantage of my captaincy and my previous acquaintance with him. We are still lacking such a good player in the back position, but before I made a move, the club didn't want me anymore. Bin Shikai spread his hands without hesitation, and then said with a wry smile. In fact, you couldn't poach him at the time. Mengfan smiled and said, if Xilai and Zheng Qi and Yuan Kong haven't known each other for many years and Xilai had been taking care of them since the junior team, they wouldn't have wanted to leave. Yes, in such a team with an obvious future, which young player would be willing to leave? If they want to leave, they have to create a career. Bin Shikai sighed. The topic has gone too far. Anyway, they eventually left, and we had to fill the position with new players. We didn't expect to bring you in at the time. After all, even if we have some fame and achievements now, it is still almost impossible to dig up a god-level player. Mengfan said. Yes. Bin Shikai nodded. Although he is old, he is still a serious god-level player. In the past, the god-level players were wanted by the teams that challenged the championship. Let alone the problem of cooperation. It is not difficult for God-level players to form a tacit cooperation, and it is not difficult to integrate into the overall tactics. Otherwise, why would they be called God-level players? The key to not being able to dig out players is the player's personal wishes. For God-level players, maintaining a transcendent position in the team is more important than anything else, and there is no trend of clinging to thighs to win the championship in the league. Xi Yonfei's move to Hong Yuan is a very special exception, and he did not leave for the championship, but for his own status. So Bin Shikai coming to Fifan caused such a sensation. In short, we paid a great price to bring you in. If our offer was not high enough, the Thunder might not agree to our offer, and we would not have the opportunity to recruit you through the selection process. Meng Fan continued. Ben Shikai smiled and nodded. He knew that the Thunder agreed to Fifan's offer at the first time because Fifan's offer was higher. This also made him completely discouraged about the Thunder. This is not the right attitude to treat a meritorious player. I said so much to tell you that our introduction of you has extremely important tactical significance. Your performance will be very important to us. Meng Fan said. I understand, so I'm a little surprised. Bin Shikai looked around, then lowered his voice and asked, why is my training plan so easy? I thought it was a preferential treatment for veterans like me, but Fule and the others are not young anymore, and their training plans seem to be very strict. It's not a preferential treatment for you, but you don't need to use that kind of strict training to force out your potential. Veterans like you have rich experience and complete control over their own accounts. If you use that kind of training method, it will only be a waste. The reason why Fule and Zheng have strict training plans is that although they are not young, they have not had this account for a long time. Fule is better, and he can basically handle his account well, but Zheng, Jin, and Tang Ziyuan have only had this account for more than half a year, and they are not young anymore, and their progress is not fast, so they need more strict training. Meng Fan explained. Bin Shikai suddenly realized. That way, it makes sense. But you can't relax either, because compared to others, you are much less familiar with the map. Your personal training is low, but the time spent training on the map is much longer. Our familiarity with complex maps is a level higher than any strong team. I hope you can adapt quickly. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the overall tactics. Chapter 460. Relaxation and tension. After such a conversation with Meng Fan, Bin Shikai understood everything. Bin Shikai liked this open and honest approach. He was a veteran who was not only well informed, but also had been in the league for so long. What methods had he not seen? As long as he was told the purpose and requirements of the team, as long as it was not too much, they would try their best to do it. Fifan's new season training camp began. Individual training is to stimulate the full potential of the players under various extreme conditions, and to cooperate with their own character accounts to complete the most extreme actions. Group training is to be familiar with and adapt to various maps. Of course, the first thing is to consolidate the details of the 7 most complex maps, which will be the key for Fifan to score points in the new season. As Meng Fan said, Bin Shikai did not spend too much time on personal training. He just needed to maintain his condition, and he had to put more effort into familiarizing himself with the map. For a veteran like him, allocating his attention has become an instinct, and he has played in the top league for so long, so he is certainly not unfamiliar with those maps, but he does not know some details very well and needs to consolidate them better. Although it was hard, Bin Shikai didn't feel anything wrong, but other extraordinary players were in a worse situation. In the first week, they trained very hard. Fenking's group of Frankensteins were obviously very familiar with them and their tolerance. The training content they arranged was a task that they felt was very difficult, but they could still complete it with all their efforts. So this week, they all had a hard time, including Zheng Qi, who was exhausted like a dead dog. After training every day, they didn't think about anything except eating and sleeping. After a week, they gradually adapted to the intensity of the training, and it was not so difficult to complete it. Niaoiwa was still thinking about taking Sujin shopping tomorrow to relax. However, the training content of the second week was strengthened compared to the previous one, and they continued to have to work hard to complete it. After adapting a little more, it was strengthened again. Fenking and others accurately grasped their limits and let them constantly break their own limits. In the past, young athletes were trained in the same way, but that was to break through the limits of the body. Now it's just to break through the limits of your spirit. Can't you bear it? Zhu Shan lost his usual good man look, and roared to teach everyone. If you want to gain glory, you have to pay more. Do you think those god-level players can easily get their current status? They have also gone through extraordinary efforts and struggles to reach the top. The times are progressing, and the level of players is also improving. Although the character attributes will not improve too much due to the limitations of the game, the operation level of professional players now has improved several times compared to the past. Without such hard training, how can such an improvement be achieved? It is impossible to say that everyone has no complaints about such hard training, but when major shareholders like Zheng Qi and Jin are gritting their teeth and persisting, what reason do they have not to persist? What's more, the extraordinary players are very young, and being young means not admitting defeat, which means that they can hold on. This is the perseverance of young people. In such a cruel training, their potential has been greatly squeezed out. In last year's competition, although the training was also very strict, it was not so strict considering that there were still competitions. After adapting for half a year last year, coupled with such strict training, their level has gradually improved, and they have gradually been able to better play the advantages of their roles. This year's extraordinary will be more powerful than last year. This is something that every player can feel, so they also gritted their teeth and supported it. Having a goal can always make people persist for a longer time. However, although they persisted very hard, Zheng Qi and others did not have any sympathy. They used the most objective attitude of a scientist to observe the state and endurance of each player, and then adjusted them little by little, so that they were always in a desperate state. After all, this state cannot last too long. People are not machines and cannot keep breaking their limits. Even if they are machines, they have to be maintained after a long time, let alone people. But after all, there is only 1 month. In this month, every player can be said to have spent a year, but after this month, they were a little dazed. Is that all? After arriving at the training room that day, they not only saw Zhu Shan and the other 2 coaches in charge of training, but also saw Zheng Qi and the entire tactical department. This is a very rare thing. After all, the guys in the tactical department usually don't appear in front of the players. They have a lot of things to do, and each of them is a workaholic. When they really have to work, even meals are brought to them by other staff. Of course, in the eyes of the players, there is only one reason why these guys don't appear in front of them, that is, they are afraid of being beaten by them. After all, those training plans that made them extremely hard were made by Zhu Shan and these people in the tactical department. Although the idea was proposed by Zhu Shan, he is the culprit, but the specific tactical arrangements were made by these perverts in the tactical department. Of course, this is a joke, but it also proves that the extraordinary players are not very familiar with these guys in the tactical department. And seeing Zheng Qi and the others at this time, it is natural that they are very surprised. Today's training is over. It was not until Zhu Shan said this that they came back to their senses. So Li Gurui couldn't help but ask, "Is it over?" "Hey, you look like you are still not satisfied. Come on, your name is Li Gurui, right? We'll arrange some more training for you. I really want to see where your limit is," Zheng Qi said. Li Gurui turned and ran. "No, I didn't say it, this is an illusion. Come back, don't run, the training is over, it's over." Zhu Shan shouted and called Li Gurui back. The training over the past month has been a very difficult and limit-breaking process. I know that human potential is actually infinite. As long as you are willing to do it, you can continue to break through, but being able to do this is still a very remarkable thing. In this month's training, I behaved unkindly, but everyone persisted, which made me sincerely admire. I'm sure that the next game will best reflect the hard work and sweat of this month, and it's all worth it. The extraordinary players were silent for a while, and then burst into applause like a storm. They were clapping enthusiastically, celebrating enthusiastically. They finally crawled out of hell and seemed stronger than usual. "So what are we going to do today?" Zheng Qi asked. 3 days of rest, then tactical training. We have to prepare for the new season," Zhu Shan said. The players cheered one after another. After a month of hard work, they got 3 rare days of vacation, and then they will move forward towards a season. What they will get or what they won't get this season will be reflected in the next game. Compared with most other teams, they entered the game state earlier, which means that they have less time to relax, but this reduction in relaxing time is worth 1,000 gold. The reason is simple. They entered the game state earlier than other teams because they are going to participate in the Chinese Super Cup. This is because they won the Cup Championship last year, which is the honor and glory they can get. The opponent of the Super Cup is Zheng Qi again, the 4-time champion Zheng Qi last year. These 3 days are just a chance for them to relax. "Hey, where did Jin go? I told her to go shopping." When Niaoiwa came out of her room, she had lost sight of Su Jing. This disappointed her. Su Jing isn't here, Shosha, go shopping with me. Niaoiwa said to Zheng Qi. Why me? I'm not interested in shopping. Zheng Qi was puzzled. I want to discuss some issues with senior brother Fen and the others. What issues are you discussing? Young people should have a sense of fun in life, understand? Go shopping with me. Niaoiwa said without question. Shopping here? Zheng Qi looked around. The location of the Fifen Club was originally on the top floor of a super shopping mall. TSK, I've already shopped here and can't shop anymore. Let's take the teleporter to the west of the city. Niaoiwa said. It will take 30 minutes to get there. Zheng Qi said, what a waste of time. The things there are all here. Who told you that women go shopping just to buy things? You know what novelty is. Let's go. Niaoiwa pulled Zheng Qi away without saying anything. Zheng Qi wanted to ask for help with his eyes, but everyone else avoided his eyes. This bunch of ungrateful bastards. Zheng Qi cursed in his heart, but he could only follow Niaoiwa obediently. When he met her, Zheng Qi had no choice. Let's go, let's play billiards. I lost to you so many times before. Today I want to get back at you. I'm Yuan for Incepta Liga Rui. Oh, Master Wang wants to give me money again. Thank you in advance. Liga Rui smiled and replied. Wang Yuanfen gave him a middle finger. Those who should leave have left. In fact, there is nothing to do during the 3-day rest time. There is no way to go out and play. However, during the previous holidays, the extraordinary players have already had enough rest. These 3 days are just to let them relieve the fatigue of the past month. The key is to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Next, Fifen will face the Super League, which is a completely different world from the A-League. Fifen can also achieve very good results as a newcomer in the A-League, but it is not certain in the Super League. Chapter 461 Zheng Qi's past. Last year in the A-League, I never felt any pressure, even when the results were not very good. Zheng Qi stirred a cup of coffee in front of him and said thoughtfully to Su Jing in front of him. That's normal. I didn't feel it either. Although we played very hard in the first half of the season, everyone knows that these difficulties are only temporary. Besides, as long as we enter the top 9, this little pressure is nothing for us. Su Jing nodded and agreed with him. In fact, all our pressure last year was not in the league, but in the cup competition. To be honest, when I participated in the cup competition, I didn't expect to win the China Cup. For us at the time, whether it was Changfen, Tianhe, or even Corning, they were all too strong for us, even though we did not lack outstanding players at the time. Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. After all, we didn't know that Fengking and others could accomplish such a miracle. Su Jing laughed. Yes, big data. All clubs are saying that they have big data, but who can really have big data? But the 10 big guys that Zheng Qi brought in provided us with such an advantage. I feel that we are using cheats. Whether it is the monster pooling method that Zheng Qi has figured out, or the big data of these 10 brothers, it is simply amazing. Zheng Qi laughed. We're really lucky, and we're in the dark. Even if Cheng knows that we are excellent, they would not have thought that we can be so excellent. Su Jing laughed. Yes, that's the reason. That's why everyone said that we created a dragon-slaying legend last year, but with so many favorable factors, we couldn't win that game. We can only say that we are too incompetent. Attribute advantage, intelligence advantage, map advantage. In the face of such advantages, Changfeng's loss is not unfair. Zheng Qi slapped the table and agreed with Su Jing's words. Keep your voice down, don't affect others. Su Jing stopped him. Zheng Qi chuckled, then lowered his voice. But this year, there will be no such good thing. Changfeng is too strong. We had so many advantages in that game, and we used them all, plus the whole army fought hard to defeat them. Now our advantages have been exposed. The next Super League will be difficult to play. There is nothing to worry about. Compared with 2 years ago, we are much better. Su Jing smiled slightly. Even if we can't get any owners this year, we will not be relegated. We have to grow our strength little by little, and we have to gain experience slowly. We are still very young, and 1 or 2 years of dormancy is nothing. That's the truth, but I still want to become a 5-time champion in my first season in the top league. It's exciting to think about it. Zheng Qi sighed. I thought I was familiar with you, but I didn't expect you to have such ambitions. Su Jing was silent for a while, then said. You didn't expect it, did you? I didn't expect that I would have such big ambitions before, but gradually I felt that why can't I have such ambitions? Just like you said, since we have nothing to worry about, why don't we work hard to impact the honor and create some miracles? Zheng Qi said with a smile. That's no problem, I'm just afraid that being too high profile will make the expectations of the entire team higher. If something goes wrong, the morale of the team will be affected. Su Jing said hesitantly. Do you think my morale will be affected? Zheng Qi suddenly leaned over and looked at Su Jing very closely. Su Jing was not frightened by his action, but stared into Zheng Qi's eyes, which made him a little embarrassed, and then he slowly nodded. I don't think so. They all say that you're thick-skinned, so you are not afraid of anything, but I think that this is a good psychological quality. No matter how many failures you have, it can't defeat you. Su Jing said. Zheng Qi made a face at Su Jing, and then leaned back. Yeah, I've always been like this. I don't care about anything, because I think I can do everything well, but they think I can't reach the level I should be, so we quarreled. Zheng Qi sighed. They? Are they Zheng Qi's family? Su Jing thought in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Then I ran away from home. We have different values and can't stay together. Zheng Qi sighed. He didn't care whether Su Jing responded or not, he just wanted to find someone to talk to. You've been out for a long time, right? Su Jing asked. Yes, I ran away when I was 14, hehe, amazing, right? Zheng Qi asked. It's really amazing, Su Jing said sincerely. Although everyone has no worries about food and drink these days, considering that when she met Zheng Qi was only 18 or 19 years old, he had already lived such a luxurious life. Obviously, this is indeed a very capable guy. But now, I think their views are right. When doing anything, we should go in the best direction, so that we can be happier. My ideas and their requirements are not in conflict. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. But I also want to save face. I won't take the initiative to find them. When I create unprecedented results, I will go back and tell them. Now I know that what they say is right, but it's because I found it myself that I will admit it. You are so stubborn. Su Jing laughed. Su Jing has always been curious about Zheng Qi's life experience, not just for other reasons, but mainly because she has always felt that Zheng Qi was inexplicably announced as using external plugins by the Epoch King of football game. Is he being targeted by someone? She suspected it was a competitor at first, but in fact Zheng Qi didn't have many competitors. After knowing that Zheng Qi ran away from home, she wondered if Zheng Qi's family did this to force him to go home. Now it seems that the two sides are just different in their ideas. Rather than saying it is a contradiction and conflict, it is better to say that the values of the family are not in line with each other, which leads to the teenager running away from home. It's not a big deal. Su Jing said. Yeah, I used to think that running away from home was a great thing, but in the end I still took the path they wanted me to take. Well, I admit that they were right. I really like the game Football Era. I was born for this game. Zheng Qi laughed. In this era, running away from home is not a great thing. 14 years old is considered an adult. The country will provide basic living conditions since childhood. Even if you run away from home, you'll just live a more lonely life. No way, you ran away from home because you didn't want to play Football Era. Su Jing was shocked. Yes, they all think that I am very talented in this area and can satisfy some of their wishes. I am rebellious, so I think why should I follow that path you want? So I ran away. After running away, I didn't have to worry about food, but I was playful and wanted to play everything. I had to have money to do so. Fortunately, I can support myself by playing games now, so I started playing games. I played all kinds of games, except Football Era. Zheng Qi laughed. Before Era King, I played many games, but Era King made me the most money. Of course, now it has become Football Era. It's hard to imagine that it's because of this. I thought it was some other big conflict. Su Jing said in disbelief. Zheng Qi made a face again. I was just 14 when I ran away from home, how could there be any big conflict? Why 14? Su Jing asked curiously. 14 years old has identity certificate, I am protected by law when I leave my family. And 14 years old can make money through games. The most important thing is, if I didn't run away at the time, they would send me to the South Country Club to participate in youth training. Zheng Qi laughed. Nanguo. Let me calculate, that must have been 8 years ago. Su Jing thought for a moment, then said. Almost 9 years. Zheng Qi said. At the time, Nanguo was still one of the top teams, often winning championships, but not everyone could get in. Is your family very powerful? Su Jing asked curiously. Zheng Qi nodded, but did not continue. Have you ever thought that if you hadn't run away at the time, you might have competed with Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's a long time ago? Su Jing said. After all, you are now 22 and almost 23 years old, and it is time for you to achieve results. If you had stayed in Nanguo and joined the first team at the age of 17, maybe you would have won the treble by now. How can you be sure about something that hasn't happened? Zheng Qi shook his head. I think it's better now. The experience accumulated in other games is not in vain. In fact, those games are basically derivatives of football era. The content may be much worse, but they have something in common in essence. Over the years, what I have accumulated is no worse than when I went to Nanguo. What's more, no matter how good Nanguo is, it is someone else's club. What about Fifan? It's our own. Working for ourselves always makes us more motivated. That makes sense. I'm almost convinced by you. Su Jing laughed. So next we have to work hard and win 5 championships. I want to prove to my family that even if I don't follow that path they arranged, I can still do what they've always wanted me to do. Your family has always wanted to win 5 championships. Well, it's hard for me to answer this question. I'm going to go back and check which god-level players with the surnames Zheng have appeared in the league's history. Don't check. It's a waste of effort, really. Are you saying that on purpose? You think too much. I just don't want you to think about other things besides the game. Okay, since you said you don't want to check, then I won't check. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 462. Dividing Changfeng. For the audience of football era, the new season of the league is undoubtedly very interesting. After the regrettable loss of the opportunity to win the 5 championships last year, Changfeng inevitably changed their past style of only in, no out. In fact, many people who are familiar with professional games know that Changfeng now has an unreasonable number of good players. In the past few years, after Lu Xiaoshan became the main force of the club, they began to carry out a large number of blood changes. First, when Xiang came, then Feng Tu came, and then Qin Fei came. Jiang Wenqian and He Jing were promoted from the youth training. In addition to these core players, other players are also good players who have been promoted through transfers or youth training in the past few years. After a few years, the entire team has been eliminated and the elite have been retained. Those who remain are relatively outstanding, and those who leave are not up to the requirements. Only then can such a strong Changfeng be formed. In fact, before Qin Fei and He Jing joined, Changfeng's lineup was already very complete. In the past 2 years, they only joined 4 people: Qin Fei, He Jing, Zheng Qi, and Miran. Among them, Qin Fei was poached from Fifan, and He Jing and the other 3 were the results of youth training. The others came at least 1 year earlier than them. Such a stable lineup is so powerful, and many players in the lineup are also very good. However, they are not so eye-catching in Changfeng and are not well known. For any player, this is not something that can be easily tolerated. The reason why no one left is because they want to win the 5-time championship. Even if Lu Xiaoshan is the protagonist to win the 5-time championship, it is also the honor they desire. In the past 3 years, they have been very close to the 5-time championship twice. Unfortunately, Qin has stopped them with a sophisticated tactic once, and last year, they lost to the suddenly rising Fifan. It is not a very sad thing to miss the 5-time championship twice in a row. For Lu Xiaoshan, this is a result worth breaking throughout his career, no matter what the circumstances. It is precisely because many Changfeng players believe that under the leadership of Lu Xiaoshan, they can create unprecedented achievements that they are willing to sacrifice a few years of fame and income in exchange for such an unprecedented glory. But how many years can they sacrifice? A professional player, even if he becomes famous early and has a long career, can only have a career of 15 to 20 years at most. In such a long career, the first 10 years that can develop rapidly are the period from 17 to 27 years old. After the age of 27, it is basically very difficult to have any leap-forward improvement. Even if you were a late bloomer, you will not be a late bloomer until the age of 27. Many people will not be able to bear the fact that they have missed the 5-time champion twice in 3 years. One blow may still be able to support it, because there is hope, and it is real hope. After Qin Fei joined, Changfeng was once invincible. At the time, Zheng was the most powerful, with overall excellence and unprecedented cohesion. However, it was hit hard by Fifan, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This stick made many people not want to waste time anymore. So after returning from the World Cup, the transfer market began to get busy. None of Zheng's core players left. Lu Xiaoshan would not leave, Wen Xiang would not leave, Shen Ruofei did not want to leave, and He Jing did not want to leave. However, several other important players had already left. Before Shen Ruofei joined, Zheng's most famous players were Lu Xiaoshan and his 8 Great Kings, his most capable partners. Although many arguments believe that many of the 8 Great Kings are not worthy of their reputation, in fact, within the professional circle, the importance of the 8 Great Kings is recognized. Whether it is Lu Xiaoshan's right-hand man Wen Xiang and Feng Tu, or the low-key and silent killer Zheng Qi, or the 2 inconspicuous pieces of wood Yang Fan and Lin Yuan, and the even more inconspicuous Xing Likan, Yozheng and Fang the 11th, they are all excellent. Some of them have higher attribute points, and some have more average attribute points. However, they are all indispensable figures in the Zheng lineup. For example, Xing Likan is good at defenser. Although Zheng is an offensive-oriented team, it is inevitable that there will be times when it is defensive. At this time, his organizational and personal abilities in defense are quite outstanding. Yozheng is a versatile player who can play in any position and perform above the standard. Although he seems a bit mediocre, there must be a few such players in a team. Fang the 11th is good at assisting the offenser. His characteristics are similar to Feng Tu, but he is slightly weaker and does not seem very eye-catching. None of the 8 veterans is a good person. And now, 4 of the 8 veterans have left in one breath. Xing Likan, who is good at defenser, went to Nanguo, which continues to strengthen its defense line. Fang the 11th, who assists in offenser, went to Shenhua. Shenhua now has an organizational core and a good player who can break through the formation. What it lacks is such an all-round assisting player. Li Yuan, one of the 2 wooden pieces, went to Canning. Although Canning is mainly composed of female players, they also have male players in their team. Canning's core players are now good at offenser. Li Yuan, a full-time defensive player, is very helpful to them. The departure of these 3 inconspicuous 8 veterans did not cause much response among the fans, but the departure of another person was more shocking. Zheng Qi transferred to Xinfeng with a price of 60 million. Now, even Zheng's fans began to worry. Zheng Qi was the well-deserved 4th chair of Zhengfeng before Shen Ruofei joined, and his status in the team was second only to Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang and Feng Tu. Although after Shen Ruofei joined, because there were 2 powerful breakers on the field, Zheng Qi's status seemed a bit awkward, but he was still an important player of Zhengfeng, and his playing time and tactical role in each game did not decrease. Why would such a player choose to leave? Moreover, he is different from Wen Xiang and Feng Tu. He is a youth training player of Zhengfeng and belongs to Zhengfeng. Such a player will not want to leave even if his status is reduced, even if he is no longer the main player and his playing time is reduced. I'm 26 years old now. I've won enough owners in Zhengfeng. Now I want to pursue some personal status. Sorry to Zhengfeng's fans, but I'm a Xinfeng player now. Zheng Qi said at the press conference, and Xinfeng captain Ji Xingyu, who also attended the press conference, was all smiles. I'm not young anymore. I'm glad that the team can introduce such an excellent player to be my successor in the future. Xinfeng's goal in the new season will be even greater. Although the name of the 8 veteran is not very nice, even Zhengfeng's fans rarely mention it, but everyone knows that the 4 players who left this time are all among the 8 veteran. Zhengfeng is seriously injured. The other 3 are important players of Zhengfeng, and Zheng Qi is the core player of Zhengfeng. The departure of players of this level is a huge loss for the entire team. Moreover, the teams these 4 people went to are all strong teams: Nanguo, Shenhua, Corning, Xinfeng. This year's transfer means a reshuffle of the league's structure. Zhengfeng is a bit too strong, so they have been weakened a lot this year, and the strong teams second only to them have increased their strength. This year's league will be more exciting. Zhengfeng will not just watch it, they will also make up for their own strength. It's a pity that their signings are not impressive. When Wen wanted to go to Zhengfeng, it was a newcomer who had only appeared for a year. Feng Tu didn't even guarantee a starting position in Minfeng at the time. There were many people who were not well known before they went to Zhengfeng, but now they are all top players in the league. Is it the team that makes the person? A strong team and good condition will make everyone in their team stand out, just as a booming era will make many people rich and improve their class. Of course, there are their own efforts in this process, but the progress of history is the most critical factor. Taking a ride and making your progress very fast does not mean that your personal speed will be so fast. I see, Zheng is such a good carrier. Yes, two young players who transferred from two mid and lower level teams, Zheng Qi and Yushen, and two young players who were promoted from the youth team. They are indeed not well known now, but who can say that they will not be the next players with top reputation? Yes, Han Yiming was not famous when he joined Teen He last year, but he is obviously the leader of the new generation of Teen He. Where did you see such an ancient term? Aren't these 3 days a holiday? Not many people have joined Teen He this year, which is also a very scary thing. For a team like Teen He, their lack of action means that Li Qing thinks the team does not need to make any action. Last year was already a big move for them, and their lineup has always been very stable. Technical teams are like this. Li Qing is their most critical player. He can make everyone perform well. In fact, they are also like Zheng. They belong to a team that can make other people perform better and have better performances. Not all of Li Qing's fight tigers are very powerful. From this point of view, our Fifan is really powerful, Uncle Meng, with so many god-level accounts. Don't be proud, a god-level account only represents future potential. Zheng Qi, you guys have been training very hard over the past month, but not all of your potential has been brought out. This year, focus on accumulating experience. Really, Uncle Meng, you have so little confidence in us. This is the truth. And I don't want to be too high profile and cause many of you to lose confidence. Don't worry, these guys, at least in this regard, they are reliable. Chapter 463. Meng fans' expectations. The new season is about to begin. Before the league starts, the first game to be played is the Chinese Super Cup. The two teams facing each other are last year's Super League champion Zheng and last year's Cup champion Fifan. Fifan, a name that was unfamiliar to many people last year, is now known to most people. In last year's China Cup final, Fifan, which was still a Class A team at the time, shockingly defeated Zheng and became the first Class A team to win the China Cup in the past 30 years. This year, they will compete in the Super League. This game is a great opportunity to test their strength. I'm more optimistic about Fifan. They showed an amazing level last year. Although they only finished 8th in the Class A League, their overwhelming performance in the playoffs is enough to prove that they're a team that has surpassed the Class A level. Such a strong newly promoted team has not appeared in the past decade. I'm looking forward to them creating a miracle. Fifan's transfers for the new season are very pragmatic and rational. They did not blindly introduce some famous players, but only introduced two while retaining most of the players. The joining of Ben Shikai allowed them to gain the most scarce experience, and the joining of Qing Yizhao further reflected their youthfulness. The league has been a two-way battle in recent years, and this year it is very likely to become a seven-nation battle. This is the thing I am most looking forward to. Before the start of the China Cup, most of the public opinion actually turned to the newly promoted Fifan, rather than Zheng, which has proven its strength in the past few years, and the comments are basically meaningful. For example, Fifan's strength is increased compared to last year, and Ben Shikai joining has made up for Fifan's last shortcoming, while Zheng has lost 4 important players, which has greatly damaged its vitality. With this kind of growth, Fifan is of course more advantageous. For this situation to occur, I can only say that the world has suffered from Zheng for a long time. Before the team training began, Zhu Shan first dragged out a few words, and then said, Zheng is the most glorious team in the past 5 years. They have won 3 World Cup championships in 5 years and the 4-time champion twice. Such a team is of course hated, so they pin their hopes on us. This does not mean that there is a fundamental difference in strength between us and Zheng. We are indeed better than last year, but we must also know how long we prepared for the final last year and how much advantage we had, which enabled us to win that game. And we will not have such an advantage in the future. Our strength has grown, but it has not reached the point where we can win. The gap between them and Zheng is not as bad as the outside world says. The departure of Zheng Qi and others did have an impact on Zheng, but the impact was not very big. Since the year before last, Zheng's key offensive and defensive targets have gradually shifted from them to Shen Ruofei and He. As long as Lu Xiaoshan, Shen Ruofei, Wen Xiang and He are there, they will not be really affected. We must be clear about this. We do have time now to concentrate on preparing for the Super Cup and strive to win another championship, but is such a championship really meaningful to us? No. Because what we want is the growth of experience and the real adaptation to the rhythm of the Super League, so I will not make any special preparations for this game. Only by improving our overall performance can we truly become stronger. Let's start training now. From a player to a team, there are many directions for improvement. This is not something that can be quickly improved in a short period of time by talent or hard work. Our future is next year. Zhu Shan's words made the FIFA players nod their heads repeatedly. This statement can be regarded as a footnote for their season. If you're eager for success, you will only fail faster. Only by moving forward step by step. Although it looks slow, it is actually a solid improvement. FIFA has made 3 major steps in 2 years and created many miracles. However, relatively speaking, their foundation is not deep enough, and their foundation is not deep enough. At this time, if they choose to advance recklessly, even if they can occasionally reach a very high position, their feet are empty. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. FIFA has a lot of potential that has not been brought into play. They have been advancing rapidly for a while before, so now, they have to do something down to earth. Just like building a house, it may take 4 to 5 years for other teams to build the 3rd floor, but FIFA has built it in 2 years. Of course, they have better materials and more skilled technology, but in fact they have only pulled up a layer of framework, and there are still many places that need to be filled. Now is the time to do some solid work, instead of thinking about continuing to build the 4th and 5th floors. If they continue like this, the whole building will collapse. The outside world does have high expectations for FIFA, hoping that they can break Changfeng's monopoly like Team headed before. Except for Changfeng's fans, no one wants to see such an overly strong team in the league, but in fact, Changfeng was already a little too strong last year, let alone now. However, FIFA is very sober, and they can't be led by public opinion. Those who are too arrogant before they have enough strength will always die quickly. Although Zheng Qi seemed very arrogant during the interview, that was only for the outside world. Be high profile to the outside world and low profile to the inside. FIFA needs to do this now. When their strength grows to the point where they can confront Changfeng head on, it won't be too late to be high profile to the inside. If you do something just for the sake of public opinion, then this team will look stupid. Don't look at the media now that they seem to support us. If we don't perform as expected, they will attack us crazily and accuse us of not doing well here and there, which led to the loss of the game. They have pointed out a problem, but we are stubborn. Meng Fan spread his hands. Look, they can say everything, but no matter what we do, as long as we lose, we are wrong, and they are always right. Uncle Meng, you're a little angry. Zheng Qi laughed. Meng Fan also laughed. Ha ha, I lost my composure. Don't be affected by it. Just train well. The extraordinary players dispersed, and Wang Yuanfen whispered to Li Gurui as he walked away. I think Mr. Meng must have a past. Who doesn't have a past? Li Gurui asked back. The unknown past. Wang Yuanfen said unhappily. Is what I said the same as what you said? We have never had a tacit understanding. I didn't expect you to be so gossipy. Li Gurui looked at Wang Yuanfen with contempt. Go to hell. FIFA's players entered the training room one by one. The training room was not connected to the football era game itself, but was simulated by the club itself. The advantages of doing so are that they could not be disturbed and that they could control the changes in the map and training content. Of course, it was very difficult to simulate the game map close to the football era itself. As mentioned before, even for the best clubs, the game map that the training room could simulate was only 60% at most. FIFA, because he hit the big data brought by Fengking and others, could simulate 80%, which gave them a great advantage in the game. It was just that it was difficult to simulate the game map, and the content arrangement of personal training was already quite mature in the football era. Personal training in the training room was much better than in the game. After the players entered the training room, Meng Fan was the only one left in the hall. He looked up at the window. It was still grey outside. Whether it was day or night, the light outside would not be too good. But Meng Fan still walked to the window and looked outside and at the sky in a trance. That was where his dream was. Now, the dream of looking at the sky must always be put into practice. Brother, we are moving towards the direction we want, and I hope you can live a better life and let go more. Meng Fan thought silently in his heart. He wanted to make a phone call to contact someone on the other end of the phone, but he knew that this impulse was not right. After staring out the window for a while, Meng Fan returned to his room. He doesn't need to take care of some details for Zheng Qi now. In the past, Zheng Qi had been living alone and needed someone to take care of him, so he was with Zheng Qi, and now Zheng Qi has a group around him, and people in the group don't need extra care. However, his work is busier than before, collecting information, deploying the power of the entire guild, and showing force in the battle for boss. All of this requires him to pay a lot of energy, especially in the past year or so, because the extraordinary professional players basically don't go to the guild to help because they have to participate more in training. The extraordinary Sky Guild, which lacks high-end combat power and core power, can still have a place in the mythology district. Mengfan's ability to command large scenes has made great contributions. It's just that although it's much busier than before, and there are more places to use your brain, Mengfan doesn't feel hard, but enjoys it. Because he was more accustomed to this kind of life, and because such business was the thing he did the most in the past 40 years of his life. Soon, Mengfan was immersed in his own world. Which players in the guild performed better could be promoted to the core team, which players performed poorly and needed some punishment mechanism, whether the guild's warehouse was short of materials, and whether they needed to concentrate on snatching a batch of materials back. There were many people helping him, but he had to do a lot of coordination work. Everyone was working hard. Zheng Qi worked hard in training and competitions, and he worked hard in the guild and in the game. The day he was looking forward to was getting closer and closer, and he was about to feel the joy of that moment. This made Mengfan's fighting spirit become more and more vigorous, and his life had a dazzling moment again. Chapter 464. Speechless. Before the Super Cup was about to start, most of the public opinion was biased towards Fifan. This did not go to their heads. Fifan was still training the whole team step by step and adjusting their status. In the next year, they had 38 league games to play, and each opponent was invincible in the A-League. These opponents were certainly not like the opponents in the A-League. Even if they were familiar with the map in half a game and focused in the other half, they could defeat these opponents. This was impossible. In fact, Fifan could not do this in the A-League, especially in the first half of the season when only half of the first team players were at a professional level. Therefore, Zhu Shang combined Mengfan's opinions and the support of the tactical department and adopted the tactic of focusing on attacking the home court, thus creating the miracle of winning all the home games. After the second half of the season, there were enough people, but having a strong character and being able to play that character to the best of their ability were two different things. Therefore, Fifan grabbed points at home, trained away, and prepared for the China Cup. In this way, he gradually accumulated strength and created miracles in the cup competition, and was able to easily defeat opponents like Hong Yuan in the playoffs and the last moments of the league. Chongqing was the strongest opponent that Fifan encountered in the league last year. They were basically equivalent to a super team. Fifan lost badly in the away game, but won narrowly at home. However, Chongqing was just a relegation team in the Super League. They won easily against Hong Yuan, but Hong Yuan was still far behind the real super teams. Their points were more than 20 points less than Chongqing. This was the gap. Fifan was facing opponents of this level or even higher. These opponents were certainly not easy to deal with. Zhu Shan analyzed the problem very clearly. Compared with last year, Fifan was indeed stronger, and Chengfen was indeed weaker. If they continued to spend a long time on targeted training for this Super Cup, they might still have a chance to win a championship. But what was the price? That was to continue to be unfamiliar with the rhythm of the Super League and the commonly used maps, and to pay an extremely heavy price in the league. The price of performance alone would be fine. After all, the league has 38 rounds, and no team needs to win all the games to win the championship. Losing some points at the beginning will not make the sky fall, but what Zhu Shan and Mengfan are really worried about, and they only told Zheng Qi, is that they are worried that after winning 2 consecutive championships, the players' confidence will swell too much. Once they suffer some setbacks in the league, their emotions are likely to be greatly affected, not only affecting their performance, but also affecting their own progress. Fifan's advantage is that there are many young players, which means that they still have a lot of potential to be tapped and there are still broad prospects for development. Their disadvantage is also that there are too many young players and no stable mentality. If they are in a relatively sober mood, there may not be too many problems. However, under an overly high-profile mood, they are hit by the cruel blow of reality. The loss of control of several people's emotions may affect the entire team. Fifan is indeed too young now. The most experienced and capable player in the team is none other than Bin Shikai, but he just transferred here and has not had time to establish his own prestige in the team. Fulei is good, but he does not have much deterrence on players other than the former Canton players. The influence of other players such as Zhang, Jin, and Tang Ziyuan is even weaker. Fifan, who was a young player and a pillar of the team, cannot tolerate such a psychological gap and emotional changes. Who doesn't want to win the championship? If you can win one championship, of course you have to win more championships. If Fifan's age structure is reasonable now, and the players have played in the Super League for a year, Zheng will definitely win this championship at all costs. But for the team's performance throughout the season, he gave up this opportunity. Public opinion was surging, but Fifan spent the next training days very quietly. The previous month of training was for personal training and match adaptation training, while the next 10 days of training were tactical training. The tactical aspects of the football era game are much more than those of the past football games. If everyone plays, the team can form various combinations. In addition, Zheng is a head coach who is extremely good at tactical details. Naturally, he attaches more importance to this aspect. However, in terms of adaptation, the Fifan players seem to be much more relaxed than before. Most of the Fifan players have been under Zheng for at least half a year. The tactics of the entire team have been formed. The newly joined Bin Shikai is experienced and Zheng Qi was hardworking. They integrate into the team very quickly. This is the effect that Zheng wants. The league is about to start. Of course, it cannot be like the 1-month training camp, where the players are exhausted every day and fall asleep when they return to their rooms without wanting to do anything. If they are not allowed to maintain sufficient energy and good condition, how can they play that game? On February 15, the first Sunday after the Spring Festival, the first game of the new season kicked off. There are only 2 teams participating in the game, the Chinese Super Cup, the Super League champion Zheng, against the Cup champion Fifan. This is the first time the 2 sides have met since last year. Fifan played a formal match for the first time after the match. This year, they did not play any warm-up matches, even with their city rival Namguo. This situation is of course very rare. Any team must play a few warm-up matches before the start of the new season to adjust the team's status, but why didn't Fifan do this? Fifan knew that this was because their energy was focused on training. After the team training, they have been training to improve the overall strength of the team. This will have some impact on the state of the game, but it is a price that must be paid. Unlike Fifan, Zheng played a lot of games during this period. After the end of the league last year, they defeated various opponents in the World Cup with difficulty and won the 3rd World Cup championship in the past 5 years. Although they lost a lot in the transfer market, they never stopped playing warm-up matches. In more than a month, they played 6 warm-up matches, an average of 1 per week, which is a normal number. From this perspective, it is normal for Zheng to have an advantage, but public opinion is biased towards Fifan. We don't have a warm-up match, this game is our best warm-up match, Zheng Qi said at the press conference before the game. This statement caused dissatisfaction among many people. There are only 2 teams participating in the Super Cup each year. Such an opportunity is difficult for many strong teams to obtain. You are so arrogant now to say it so lightly, treating the Super Cup as a warm-up, isn't it too arrogant? Captain Zheng Qi, you said last year that you would strive to hit the 5-time champion this year. Playing the Super Cup as a warm-up match, isn't that giving up this opportunity? A reporter asked at the moment. Hey, did I say that? Zheng Qi asked back in confusion. You said that before the start of the China Cup final. Of course, the reporters would not let him get away with it. Immediately, several people pointed out that he did say it at the time, and some even quickly released the holographic video of the press conference at the time. Oh, yes, I remember, I did say that, but that was to cheer the team up before the big game. Haven't you said that to cheer yourself up? Haven't others said that? Zheng Qi said with sudden enlightenment. The reporters were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. This guy was too shameless, but when he said that, it seemed to make some sense. Last year, as a weak team, it was normal to boost the morale of the whole team before the game. Weak teams don't have much to rely on, and even if boosting morale won't bring much benefit, they still have to boost it. Otherwise, the chances will be even smaller. I can understand it, but seeing Zheng Qi's lack of self-awareness, I really want to be beaten up. Of course, in this game, we will also show our full strength and use our performance to prove that our results last year were not achieved by luck alone. Compared with last year, our strength is even better, and we had great goals this year. There is no doubt about this. There are many fans supporting us, and we will definitely let them see what they want to see. Zheng Qi's words began to become serious, which also made the reporters feel that this guy can still be saved. Finally, they heard what they wanted to hear, making this pre-match interview normal. So, what is Fifan's goal this year? Originally, this question should not be asked before this game, because the Super Cup itself is very important, but since Zheng Qi himself has said this, the reporters don't mind asking Zheng Qi. Our goal, of course, is to stay in the Super League. Zheng Qi replied. With a crash, someone fell off the chair in the back row, causing a small chaos. Is this a great goal? A reporter asked angrily. Of course, we are a newly promoted team. Isn't it a great goal for a newly promoted team to fight for relegation? What are you thinking? Even if we won the China Cup last year, we are still a newly promoted team in the league. Relegation is of course the first priority. After successfully relegating, we can accumulate some experience and move towards higher goals. Freshmen, of course, must study hard. Social practice activities are something that only seniors in their 3rd and 4th years will do. Don't you know this truth? Zheng Qi said in rapid succession. The reporters were speechless for a moment. Chapter 465. Natural defeat. You, my old friend, are becoming more and more interesting. Lu Xiaoshan said to Shen Renofei cheerfully. Shen Renofei shrugged his shoulders. He said that, isn't he trying to throw a smoke bomb, deliberately making us underestimate the enemy? Wen Xiang said. If he says that again, we won't underestimate the enemy. Lu Xiaoshan said. No, Zheng Qi actually doesn't hide his thoughts. Last year, he said he wanted to compete with us, and he really came to compete. Today, he said that, which only shows that they really didn't prepare too much for this game. Shen Renofei thought for a while and said. Really look down on this championship? He Jing asked curiously. It's not that you look down on it. Who can look down on a championship of this level? It's just that Fifan is very calm and knows clearly what he lacks. Even at Changfen, the year I joined, there was a half year of fluctuations in performance. This is the price that must be paid. Fifan lacks experience in the top league, and they have too many young players. In this case, if their expectations are irrationally too high, psychological collapse will become a kind of inevitability, right? Shen Renofei said. Wen Xiang nodded. You have a point. Although this kind of thing has never happened before, there has never been a team like Fifan before. They have strength but lack experience. This is their first time playing in the top league. They should lower their expectations to get a quiet space and time to grow. Fifan is a calm person. Lu Xiaoshan sighed. Meng Fan is such a person. He will not make mistakes. Shen Renofei nodded. Fifan has risen too fast in the past 2 years, but as long as he is at the helm, he will not deviate from the course. I have heard you talk about this person many times. He is so smart that he is almost a demon. Is there really such a powerful guy? Wen Xiang asked curiously. His overall view is the best I have ever seen, or it can be said to be a strategic vision. He is also good at pointing out the direction of our training and is very familiar with any map in the game. However, his specific tactical ability is not good, so Zhu Shan was found to be the head coach of Fifan. Shen Renofei said after thinking for a while. That's also amazing. If any club has such a person who has controlling the right position, it will bring huge benefits to the development of the entire club. Fifan can actually have such luck. No wonder he rose so quickly. Wen Xiang sighed. No matter what, we have to beat them in this game. We are familiar with them before. This game is our chance to get revenge and hit the 5-time champion this year. Lu Xiaoshan waved his hand and said without doubt. The public opinion outside is saying that we have lost 4 main players and the new season will collapse. We want to let everyone know that we will still hit the 5-time champion this year. We did lose 4 important players, but their positions are not unfillable. If there is really a turmoil, it will only be when the 4 of us leave. Wen Xiang laughed, and He Jing also laughed. Shen Renofei did not laugh, but he was also eager and motivated. Many people think that Jiang Wenqian's departure was due to him. Shen Renofei did not have any psychological burden for this. Professional competitions are like this. You can't say that because of your good performance, someone will become less important in the team. Just do it. Not to mention that Jiang Wenqian and he don't have a very good relationship. Even if Jiang Wenqian is his guide and has been helping him, he should still perform well, and Jiang Wenqian will not think that he has trained an ungrateful person. This matter is not about other things, but only about the individual strength of the players. Professional competitions are like this. Even within a team, there will be competition. The competent will take the place, regardless of qualifications. Shen Renofei has a clear conscience. When the day of the Super Cup arrived, this game attracted more live audiences, even more than the live audience of last year's China Cup final. The reason is very simple. Before the game started, last year's final was considered to be the most suspenseful China Cup final in the past 10 years. A game without suspense naturally has a much lower appeal. The fans of both sides came to the scene, and there were very few neutral fans. However, after the legend of slaying the dragon broke out, I don't know how many more neutral audiences are interested in the next confrontation between the two sides. The 50 million live spectators stunned the unsophisticated FIFA fans, and also made them feel extremely proud. Look, this is the team we support. They are so appealing. Of course, Zheng Qi is more appealing, and they don't care much about this obvious fact. A large number of neutral fans want to watch the game live, which makes FIFA's management very happy, and also makes another group of people very happy. The management is happy because they know that after this game, the club will have a considerable income, and the other group is happy, that is, the major businesses that sponsor FIFA's players. Originally, as a newly promoted team, the sponsorship that can be obtained is not much. The core players can only get 20 to 30 million at most, the important players can get 10 to 20 million, and the ordinary players can get millions. However, FIFA is different. This group of people is too united and sticks together, and they can indeed attract enough attention. They negotiated collectively and negotiated a sponsorship contract that a newly promoted team would never get. Zheng Qi's annual sponsorship fee is 100 million. The only one who earns more than him in the team is Zheng Qi. In the past, Zheng Qi was the captain and a god-level player in Thunder. His annual sponsorship contract was 200 million. Now, because of his agent leaving Thunder, his sponsorship fee has declined a bit, but it is still 150 million. As a veteran god-level player, his sponsorship income is higher than the captain, which is not a rare thing. As core players, Su Jin, Niao and Zheng Qi, their sponsorship fees are between 60 million and 80 million. Liga Rui, Ban Yuan Fan, Filadi, Ching Chuan, Lin Fei, and Zheng Qi. These important players also have sponsorship fees ranging from 40 to 50 million. The sponsorship fees of other ordinary players have also reached 30 million. For a mid-level team, it is normal to get such sponsorship fees, but many people are still a little worried about spending so much money on a newly promoted team. However, they had to do this. Over the years, the sponsorship shares of the top players in the top league have basically been divided up by big businesses. The new businesses that have emerged in these years naturally have no chance to sponsor. FIFA has shown enough potential. Such a team is certainly worth a gamble, or it is worth investing more in them. If FIFA's performance can be stabilized in the middle, and be at the same level of teams such as Tingji and Manking Quang, then their investment will not be considered a loss, but if it is just a relegation level, then such an investment will really be a loss. Of course, if FIFA can stand shoulder to shoulder with teams like Kangning Tianlong, belonging to the top 8 to top 6, they will make money. If FIFA can compete with the top 5 teams such as Changchun Head for the championship, then they will definitely make a lot of money. Of course, FIFA and his gang are as smart as ghosts. It's not them who are smart, but the negotiation experts that Su Jin found from Zheng Group. Zheng took part of FIFA's advertising, but with so many advertising spaces, Zheng can't eat them all, and Su Kong will not be greedy to that extent. For Su Jin's sake, Zheng got a better advertising position and a more favorable price. Zheng sent people to help them negotiate, which was Zheng Group's compensation. With these experienced negotiators, FIFA's players will not suffer any loss. On the one hand, the contract is more money. On the other hand, the contract is a 1+1 contract, which stipulates that if the performance changes, it needs to be renegotiated. The old merchants have priority, which prevents the situation that one after another will become a champion and still hold the current sponsorship contract. Now seeing this Super Cup, there are so many neutral fans, and the merchants are naturally very happy. This is a good start. However, FIFA's game did not get off to a good start. After the start of this game, FIFA showed a very good state, but not the state of the game. The cooperation between them was not as good as last season. The individual ability was stronger, but the overall performance was much worse than last season. In terms of specific tactical confrontation, they were also a little worse, and targeted tactics rarely appeared. Zheng Qi's performance was better than that in the game last season. Although their strength did decline a bit, without being constantly targeted by FIFA, their invincible level began to be fully exerted. 2 excellent assistants, 2 strong core players, and a group of players with excellent strength and experience, so that they can always maintain strong pressure on the court. In terms of the state of the game, Zheng also has the upper hand, and the cooperation between them is better than FIFA. In the one-on-one confrontation, FIFA did not fall behind, but in the overall confrontation, they were much worse. Under such circumstances, their loss naturally became a kind of inevitability. The first half of the game was still evenly matched, but Zheng used his experience to score the first goal. After the start of the second half, Zheng suddenly increased the pressure of the attack. Fifan, who was not used to it, was scored by the opponent again. Although Fifan recovered 1 point through a crazy counter-attack in the next game, Zheng soon succeeded again through a strong attack and locked the score at 3-1. Zheng won the Super Cup with a score of 3-1. This was their second consecutive Super Cup title and their fourth Super Cup title in the past 6 years, maintaining their long-standing strength. Fifan had many wonderful moments in the game, but in the end they still lost the game. In terms of fighting spirit, they were no worse than Zheng, but in other aspects, they were much worse. Such a defeat was natural. Chapter 466. Zheng's momentum. We lost this game. There's nothing much to say. We didn't play as well as Zheng. Losing is losing. We are a newly promoted team. Although we will work hard to win, we won't feel that we have lost everything because of a defeat. At the press conference after the game, Zhu Shandao downplayed the impact of the defeat. Luo Qishuan of Zheng didn't say much about the game. Anyway, they had already won. However, there were others who refused to give up. As Zhu Shan said before the game, the media supported Fifan not because they were optimistic about Fifan, but because Zheng had been in the limelight for too long. The media needed to promote such a team to fight against Zheng. It was Tin Head before, and now it was Fifan's turn. However, Fifan lost the game, and it seemed that they had a chance to win. Because of insufficient preparation, they lost the game. The media was very angry and the consequences were serious. So after the game, various media began to criticize Fifan. Insufficient preparation for the game. Why was it insufficient preparation? Not playing a warm-up match is a sign of insufficient preparation, and being too arrogant is also a sign of insufficient preparation. If you think you will definitely win after winning one game, you are still not prepared enough. A newly promoted team cannot put itself in the right position and thinks that it can sweep the entire league by playing casually. This mentality is completely wrong. In the game, there is no good arrangement of specific tactics, but just blindly rushing and playing hard, which is also the result of inflated self-confidence. When the media wants to find fault, they can always find a lot of problems, not to mention that many problems are real. Fifan is not unaware of it, but the starting point is different, the angle of view is different, and the feeling is naturally different. After being bombarded by the media for 2 days, many Fifan players were so wrong that they were about to cry. We didn't say we were going to sweep the entire league. The captain also said that we are a newly promoted team. It was obviously them who placed too high expectations on us first, and then blamed us. It's too unreasonable. Zheng Qi said angrily. I've said before that they're unreasonable and we shouldn't be affected by it. The preparations before the start of the season are all for adapting to the Super League, not for invading everyone right away, and I know that you are all young and have fighting spirit, dreams and ambitions, which are good things. However, we have to climb a mountain step by step. We can't fly and we can't reach the top of the mountain instantly. Before that, just do our best, Zhu Shan said to the indignant extraordinary players in a gentle voice. Yeah, they criticized us, but it's only been a matter of a few days. The media are always chasing hot topics. We lost this game, and it won't be a hot topic anymore. We just need to play the next games well. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Think about what we did last season. In fact, we were also adapting to the atmosphere of the A-League last season. Although because of our strength, those opponents in the A-League could hardly cause us any trouble, but in fact our performance was not particularly good. This is a professional league. Every team has its own strengths. They are not opponents that can be defeated casually. This is even more so in the Super League. We don't have any crushing advantages in terms of strength. We need to play every game well. Winning or losing is not the key. With our strength, we will never fall to the point of having to stay in the league. Don't have emotional fluctuations because of temporary losses. Do you understand? As long as we can learn something from every game, we will become stronger and stronger. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. This is a very simple truth, but it seems particularly convincing when it is said at this time. Okay, let's ignore the media's words and do our best. I believe we are very strong, because no team can be like us. Everyone in the first team has a god-level account. We have been together for a long time and have no lack of tacit understanding. Now we have to keep a low profile and accumulate our strength. When next year comes, it will be our time to soar to the sky. Meng Fan's words made the final footnote for this matter. The extraordinary players quieted down. Although the media's attacks will still have a huge impact on the young players, it will not affect their specific performance. It can be calmed down so quickly. It must be said that the work done by Zhu Shan and Meng Fan before the start of the season played a huge role. They have been emphasizing that we don't have any strength to be proud of. Compared with Zheng Qi, our actual strength is still lacking. It takes time to improve. Any honor cannot be obtained overnight, and more efforts and performance are needed. Such words, of course, do not seem to be too powerful, but after the game, these words will play a huge role. I hope that the media's attacks during this period will not affect them too much. Shen Renofei said to Lu Xiaoshan. It's a bit difficult. Those guys in the media are very aggressive. Fifan is too young. If they are not prepared and are suddenly attacked like this, their mentality will inevitably be unbalanced. Lu Xiaoshan thought for a while and said, yes, this is also the problem I am most worried about. Fifan's current strength is not bad, but their performance is unstable. If they are fully prepared, they are capable of competing with us, but they lack experience in dealing with such long-term and important games. Shen Renofei said. Hey, don't forget that you are from Changfeng. Is it really good to worry about your old club so much? Lu Xiaoshan pretended to be angry. Shen Renofei laughed. After all, there is still affection, and captain, this season, Fifan is not our opponent. Yes, our opponents are mainly Tinhe, as well as Nanglo, Shenhua, Qishanfeng, and even Corning. Their strength is expanded a lot this season. Lu Xiaoshan nodded and agreed with him. This is the most interesting, isn't it? Shen Renofei said. Lu Xiaoshan laughed happily and patted Shen Renofei on the shoulder. The outside world is not optimistic about Changfeng's performance this season. It is not that they doubt that they will fall from grace, but that they think that their 5 championships this year will be in vain. However, Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Renofei know that Changfeng is still strong this season. Jian Guangqian, Xing Likan, Li Yuan, and Fan the 11th are indeed excellent players. When they go to strong teams like the South Country, they can play and perform like god-level players. They seemed bleak in Changfeng before, just because Changfeng's key players are better than them. It is precisely because of this that Changfeng has not suffered too much substantial loss. Changfeng itself has very outstanding key players, which can suppress these outstanding players. Their departure only damages Changfeng's bench strength. Changfeng has the confidence to only introduce 2 unknown young players and then promote 2 players from the youth team because what Changfeng lacks now is just a substitute. These 4 young players are not very famous, and their character attributes are only more than 700, which is not outstanding. However, they are honest and obedient, and have a good level of operation. After training on the bench for 1 or 2 years, they will be good players in the future. For a mature professional team, the departure of players has never been a headache. As long as the right people come in, the team will not have any problems. If we exclude external factors, such as lack of unity within the team, factions, conflicts between each other, low level of coaches, and frequent wrong commands, what will really affect the team's performance is not the departure of a few players. On the contrary, it is the joining and leaving of important players that will really affect the overall performance of the team, such as Changfeng's introduction of Shen Renofei at the time, and Tinhe's training of Han Yiming last year. These are the things that will affect the results of the game. However, once such an impact is overcome, the strength of the entire team can be greatly improved. Changfeng knows this, so this year, they are actually most wary of Tinhe. Tinhe's performance last year was the worst in the past 5 years. They fell to 4th place in the league and were eliminated by Fifan after only reaching the semi-finals in the cup competition. However, after such a period of precipitation, Tinhe will definitely become stronger this year. Changfeng became strong in this way. They certainly know what kind of changes Tinhe will have this year. Compared with last year, Tinhe's personnel changes are the least in the entire league. They have no transfers in or out, and they completely maintain all the configurations of last year. As many people think, when a player like Li Qing's does not make any changes to the team during the transfer period, then he must think that the current Tinhe is already the strongest, or at least a team that cannot use transfers to make up for its weaknesses. Li Qing's judgments are basically correct, which has been proven for many years. Tinhe, Nanglo, and Kangning, these 3 teams will be our biggest opponents. Shenhua and Qishanfeng also need to be noted. Although Fifan is strong, its importance is lower than these teams. This year, we don't have an overwhelming advantage, but the improvement of the level of other teams will make the entire league more difficult. Wen Xiang said. That's right. The pressure that the strong teams can create this year is much greater than in previous years. Similarly, the pressure they create on each other is also much greater than in previous years. In this regard, we still have an advantage, so what do we have to fear? Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile. We have nothing to fear. To strive for unprecedented honors, of course we have to face more difficult situations. Only by winning the 5 championships in this way can we live up to the expectations of so many people for so many years. Shen Ruofei said confidently. This is the momentum of our Changfeng. Wen Xiang smiled. He Jing didn't say much, but nodded with a firm face. Chapter 467 Changfeng's Declaration. It's my first time playing in the Super League. I'm so nervous. Zheng Qi said. Don't make a fuss. I didn't see you nervous when I played in the professional league for the first time last year. Zheng Qi said. How can it be the same? This is the Super League. Do you know who our opponent is? Yu Shen, who was ranked 11th last year. How much stronger than Chong Sao? Zheng Qi said. Hey, just 11th place. If we play well, there will be no problem at all. Niaohua patted her chest and said, we're at home in this game. At home, we are not afraid of any team. For Fifen's fans, this is also what they think. Fifen's record of winning all home games last year was really abnormal. In this situation where there is not much difference between home and away games, being able to win all home games is something that even Changfeng and Tinhe at their peak could not do. But Fifen did it. In addition, they defeated 5 Super League teams in the Home Cup last year, which also gave them more confidence. Therefore, in this game, at Fifen's home stadium, a full 10 million spectators poured in, half of whom were Yu Shen's fans. Of the remaining 5 million people, about 4 million were Fifen's diehards, and the other half were just there to watch the fun. The share of ticket sales for a game is 50 million, minus the commission, it's 25 million, no wonder the super teams don't worry about income. Lu Li muttered to herself. This is still too little, the visiting team doesn't have many people come in, and our home team still lacks some fans. If it was at Yu Shen's home stadium, Yu Shen could at least bring in 10 million fans, plus our millions, our share of income would be at least 50% more than the home stadium. Sui Qingfeng said. There are at least 38 games a year, even if it's 30 million per game, the lowest income team can still get nearly 1 billion a year. Compared with the first-class league, it's really a world of difference. Wei Jiangshan said with a sigh. In the first-class league, even if the organizing committee only took 30%, the income from one game was only a few million, which was really incomparable to the Super League. They were still a newly promoted team with insufficient foundation. If they were a team with a deep foundation and countless fans, ticket revenue would be a huge source of income. There is also a share of broadcasting, but in this case, the gap between the appealing team and the ordinary team is too big. It is divided according to the number of fans of the home team. The weak team can't take advantage, and the strong team can make more money. Lu Li said. This is actually okay. The advantage of tickets is already a lot. If you really want to make more money, the best way is to increase your attractiveness. Sui Qingfeng said with a smile. Yes, we can't just rely on freeloading. The more income the club has, the more professional players it can attract, and the stronger the guild will be. The stronger the guild is, the more options there are for youth training, and the more attractive the first team will be. This is a mutually reinforcing thing. The rise of Changfeng and Tinhe is achieved through such a virtuous cycle. Zhou Qi, who had not spoken much, said. We should be fine. Last year's China Cup Championship has gained us a lot of popularity. If we perform better next time, we will have more and more fans. Wei Jiangshan said optimistically. On another field. It is obvious that the most watched in the first round of the game will definitely not be Fifen's debut. Changfeng's game is undoubtedly the most watched, not only because they have some news during the transfer period, not only because they won the Super Cup, but also because of their opponents. In this round, their opponent is Xiu, who was ranked 8th last year. Although not one of the top 5, it is also a tough bone in the midstream team. Xiu, which has the god-level player Qingxing and Dixing, has never won any owners, but it is very distinctive. It has been hovering in the middle of the league, often impacting the top 4 positions, and every time it encounters a strong team, they can always perform very well, which is a very tough bone to chew. Except for Dixing, although the other players of Xiu are not god-level players, they are excellent in strength, balanced in performance, and have a very good mentality. They attack desperately in every game. Even if the opponent breaks through the gate countless times, they will try to break through the gate once more than the opponent. Such a crazy attacking team is naturally difficult to win. You can't reason with a group of lunatics. They don't care about what team they will play next or what schedule they will have next. In short, they will play one game after another, that's all. Such a team is difficult to achieve any good results, but they can often accumulate huge popularity, just like the Demon Madness in the first-class league, but the Demon Madness relies on gimmicks, while they rely on momentum. Coincidentally, Zheng is also such a team, and such a confrontation will certainly attract huge attention. It is said that the number of spectators and the ratings of this game are no worse than some of the key decisive battles in the past. Zheng's strength has obviously declined. Although it defeated Fifan and won the Super Cup, it seems not stable enough. With Xiu's level, they certainly have a good chance. Under Daixing's instigation, the Xiu players, who were not afraid of anything, rushed out of the locker room with a cry, wanting to give Zheng a good show. You know, even in the past 2 years, Xiu's performance against Zheng would not be embarrassing. They are a group of cockroaches that cannot be killed. A brutal confrontation that no one expected began. Xiu's offense has always been crazy, and Zheng is also good at offense. However, in the past, Zheng did not need to use offense to fight Xiu. Since the opponent is good at offense, they can play slower and prevent Xiu from playing in the environment they are used to, so that the winning rate will be higher. But that was not what Zheng was used to. So in the past few years, Xiu would not be embarrassed even if they lost the game against Zheng. On the contrary, when they met Tinhe and Nanglo, they lost every time, without any temper. What they feared was soft knives and rock-solid defense. However, this time, Zheng did not do that. Facing Xiu's almost crazy attack, Zheng was extremely tough and launched a head-on confrontation. This is an extremely crazy behavior. As a team, Xiu has many shortcomings, but they're really not afraid of anyone in a head-on attack. Even last year, Zheng used soft knives to grind them to death. Although that kind of play made Zheng not very happy, it was easier after all. However, this time, Zheng and Xiu launched an attack. You attack, I attack too. Even if you stab me a few times, I will stab you more. Fierce attack, crazy attack, such a game. The rhythm is extremely fast, suffocating. The offensive of both sides is like a tide. You just passed one wave, I came to invade again. Daixing led his teammates to charge at the front line. As the captain of Xiu, he always did this. His style was brave and fearless, and he was always able to break through the opponent's defense. This game was no exception. In the offensive, he was often able to break through Zheng's defense. Then he would either continue to go deeper or be killed by the opponent's concentrated fire, but the teammates behind him would continue to rush over and continue to tear open the opponent's gap, thus breaking through the opponent's defense. He was very familiar with such a game and it was very cool. However, after the end of the first half, Daixing couldn't help but smile bigly. In the first half, their offensive effect was not bad, and they scored 2 goals. This was a qualified performance for Xiu, but what about Zheng? In the crazy attack, Zheng scored 4 goals, twice as many of them. It's not that Xiu didn't perform well, but Zheng's offense was even more difficult to resist. Daixing's attack always works, but Lu Xiaoshen's attack is no worse than his, and Zheng has an extra Shinryu Fei. The attack of a single core will always fail, but Zheng attacks from 2 directions at the same time. If one direction is blocked, the other direction can succeed. This is bullying. Daixing could only sigh. Last year, Zheng's attack was not so brutal. Last year, Zheng was more like a king, and was used to using more economical methods to break through the opponent's defense. But what happened this year? Because people outside are saying that Zheng is not good, Zheng wants to establish its prestige. We are unlucky and met them in the first game, but even so, we can't admit defeat. Keep attacking. Even if they score more goals, we have to show our level. Daixing waved his fist and shouted in the locker room, encouraging the morale of his teammates. A team like Xiu can lose the game, but not the morale. The so-called losing the people but not the battle, this is the truth. Xiu, who was inspired to fight, embarked on the journey of the second half. However, soon, Daixing began to smile bigly. Don't do that. Daixing shouted at Lu Xiaoshen. We have already shown our offensive in the first half. In the second half, we have to save some energy. Lu Xiaoshen replied. In the second half, Zheng changed their tactics and began to fight with Xiu with the soft knife. Xiu wanted to speed up the rhythm, but couldn't. Their offense was repeatedly frustrated, but they couldn't defend the opponent's offense. Although they still scored a goal with fierce offense, their goal was opened by the opponent 3 times again. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Xiu lost 3-2. 7 inches the away game, which was quite miserable. You guys, next time we go to the home court, we will definitely show you a good show. Daixing said to Lu Xiaoshan unconvinced. We're the strongest now. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. You have always been strong, but the 5-time champion is not something that can be achieved by being strong alone. Daixing was silent for a while, and then said. Don't do it because it's difficult? Of course not. Tell me, what else do we have to pursue now? Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. I really envy you guys. Daixing shook his head and turned to leave. Chengfeng used a bloody victory to announce their strength to the entire league. We lost 4 main players. That's true, but Chengfeng is still the strongest in the league. Chapter 468. The core of the beginning stage. At the end of the first round of the league, the whole world was amazed at Chengfeng's strength. Facing a weak team with good strength, Chengfeng was able to win 4 goals at home. This was simply a surprising thing. The performances of other strong teams were not bad either. Qinhe beat Qingquan 2-0. Nanguo defeated Chongsao 4-1. Shenhua beat Lingdong 2-0 away. Xinfeng beat Qingxing 5-1 away. Corning performed worse. They tied 2-2 with Liting away, while Jinlong beat the newly promoted Yanshuang. In short, there were no unexpected situations in the first round. With a clear distinction between the strong and the weak, the strong teams all won, but Chengfeng won a little fiercely. Xinhu was not a weak team either. It was surprising that they could win so much. And what about Fifan? It's so tragic, how could we lose so badly? Yeah, we obviously had an offensive, we lost so much, it's incredible. But some of our performances in the game were still awesome, but we were always a little short. It's because of lack of experience. But we even beat Chengfeng last year. At the time, our strength was hidden in the dark, which made Chengfeng suffer a loss. Now every game is so important, of course we can't prepare for so long, but we have the strength to beat Chengfeng, so we will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the Super League. As long as we perform well next time, that's all. Fifan's audience left the field with regret. In this home game, they wanted to see Fifan win a victory, but Fifan didn't win this victory. But they were not disappointed because of this. The expectations of a new team were always lower. Even though Fifan won the Super League quota and the China Cup Championship last year, Fifan's calm statement also made them not have particularly high expectations. After losing the Super Cup, they were very calm. Although they felt a little disappointed after losing the league, they would not be so disappointed that they would give up their support for Fifan. Some neutral fans left after the defeat, but Fifan didn't care. Such fans always chase hot spots, and even if they left, they would not leave forever. The key now is to review the game. Fifan didn't lose shamefully in this game. Although the score was 1-3, they still had the advantage at the beginning of the game and for most of the time. They were far higher than the opponent in terms of individual kills and attacks. However, in this case, the opponent's excellent experience played a role. After the sneak attack, they continued to defend and induce Fifan to make mistakes, and then scored another goal through counter-attack in the second half. Although Fifan recovered 1 point with the joint efforts of Bin Shikai and Zheng Qi, they were eager to attack and the backcourt flaws became bigger and bigger. After the opponent intercepted the ball again, they counter-attacked and scored the decisive goal. Losing the game like this is not shameful on the field. This is also that key reason why the fans of Fifan are not too disappointed. Be calm, you must be calm in that game. We're facing opponents in the Super League, they all have rich experience and excellent operation level. We are much better than them in attributes, but we do not have an overwhelming advantage. Last year, those super teams suffered from us, mainly because they did not understand us. After losing the advantage at the beginning, they never had a chance to make it back. We no longer have this advantage now. Any team will be very wary of us. Zhu Shan said to all the players in the club. He had said this before, but it was obvious that the Fifan players might not listen to it at the time. But now, in the face of the ironclad facts, they have to admit that Zhu Shan's words are too damn reasonable. In terms of performance, they are not inferior to the opponent, and are even much better. However, in the end, they lost, and lost without temper in terms of the score. Where did they lose? 2 words, experience. Experience is an excuse for many incompetent coaches to cover up their failures, but experience does exist. When facing opponents of higher levels, opponents who perform better, and opponents who can create more pressure, your performance will definitely be affected. To eliminate this influence, you have to adapt, and the process of adaptation is the process of gaining experience. For example, you originally only carried a load of 50 kilograms, and felt very relaxed, effortless, and walked briskly. Now you have to carry a load of 100 kilograms. Even if you have the ability to carry it, you will feel much more pressure than before. You have to gradually adapt before you can carry it more easily. In this process, maybe your strength has not really increased, but your performance is better than before. This is the process of adaptation. Adaptation takes time, and the increase of experience also takes time. We can't stop training, so we don't have much time to strengthen specific tactics. In the game, I will give more instructions, and you have to execute my tactics better. Do you understand? Zhu Shan asked. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. If they were still arrogant before, then now, such unnecessary arrogance no longer exists. Zhu Shan is not a strong team. Although they ranked 11th last year, they have been relegated every year. Last year, they just played better. They don't have god-level players in the team. The overall strength can only be regarded as average in the Super League. But it is such a team that easily defeated them by relying on tactics and experience when the strength is at a disadvantage. The next team they face is such a team. Why can they still be arrogant? Last year, they were able to defeat the Super League team continuously. Their own strength is one aspect. In other factors, they took a great advantage, which is also a very important aspect. Apart from these, even if they don't underestimate themselves, they can't be arrogant. In this case, what else can they do besides training well? Fortunately, Mr. Ming, it's a good thing that you poured enough cold water before, otherwise this defeat alone would be enough to make many people unbalanced. After the players left, Zhu Shan said to Meng Fan with lingering fear. It's not that exaggerated. At least, there are many people in our team who won't lose their balance easily. They are all important players in the team. If they don't have any problems, the whole team won't have any problems. Meng Fan said with a smile. Well, at least Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Niao Zheng Qi, Yuan Fan, and Li Grui, these people didn't have any drastic changes in their emotions. Zhu Shan thought for a while, then nodded. Although these people are young, they all have strong emotional control ability. Zheng Qi looks very jumpy, but he has a fanatical pursuit of the game in his bones, and he won't lose confidence easily. Su Jin is calm and steady, Niao is carefree, but she can keep steady. Although Zheng Qi is the youngest, he is mature and rigorous like a scientist. As for Wang Yuanfen and Li Grui, they are heartless. Meng Fan said. Listening to Meng Fan's comments, Zhu Shan almost laughed. But he admitted that Meng Fan's comments were indeed correct. We will encounter some difficulties in the future, because our current focus is still on individual training and mat training, and we can't take care of the specific arrangements for the game. I'm worried that if we keep losing like this, or if we can't win, the morale of the team will be eliminated little by little, especially if we are used to losing. In that case, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Zhu Shan said with some concern. We are actually not far from victory. Even if we don't have targeted tactics, our overall strength is among the best in the league. As long as we adapt to the rhythm of the Super League, we will have no problem. What's more, at this stage, we still have an important player to rely on. Meng Fan said with a smile. Zhu Shan looked at Meng Fan, thinking. Our most important transfer target? Zhu Shan thought for a while, then asked Meng Fan. Meng Fan nodded. At least in the beginning, he is the most important player. He is strong, he is experienced, and he is a core-level player. As long as such a player can play his strength, he can play an extremely important role. Why did I propose to use a shocking price to make the Thunder directly agree to our offer, and even reject the offers from other teams? If it were not for such an offer, the Thunder would definitely agree to the offers from several clubs. Compared with other clubs, we don't have much advantage, because we can't give Ben Shikai the core position that he wants. Meng Fan nodded heavily, and then said, that's why I proposed to use 120 million, a price that other clubs would never pay, to introduce Ben Shikai. Only in this way can we definitely let him join our team, otherwise, Jiang Wenkai's transfer was only 60 million. Why is Ben Shikai so valuable? Yes, a value of over 100 million was really rare in the league in the past. Basically, only the god-level players in their prime forced to switch jobs to have such a high value. At the time, we didn't pay so much, and Ben Shikai had many other places to choose from. Zhu Shan let out a long sigh. I have talked to him before. He knows his significance and status to the team. He is the core now and will gradually fade out in the future. In that case, he will have the opportunity to challenge a few owners of sufficient weight at the end of his career, and we will be able to get the best buffer and transition. Meng Fan said. I hope so. He has the ability, but he is a little old after all. Zhu Shan nodded and said expectantly. Don't worry, I have observed him carefully. His condition has declined a little, but it is not to the point where he can't play. Meng Fan laughed. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 469. One step away. After the first round of the league, Zheng Qi took the first place in the standings with the advantage of goal difference. The second place was Zheng, which defeated Fifan and ranked third. Nangguo ranked fourth. The strong teams were basically ranked at the top, while Fifan ranked 16th, which was just a little bit away from the relegation zone. Of course, the league has just started, and the current rankings are nothing but clouds. Yu Shen will not feel happy about getting the highest position in history. It is really possible that Tinhe is ranked 7th now. Who can underestimate them? Similarly, even if Yu Shen ranks 3rd now, no one will think they are a strong team. Fifan lost the first game, and lost both official games since the start of the new season, which has reduced the media's interest in them a lot. Losing to Zheng Qi can be said that they showed good strength, but losing to Yu Shen, TSK, do they have the face to say that they're a strong team? We're a relegation team, a newly promoted team. Zheng Qi said. The Fifan team was training quietly. They were rarely seen in the mythology area. Generally, professional teams spend half of their time training and the other half of their time fighting boss in the mythology area. They could contribute to the guild and exercise their reactions in a complex multiplayer environment. Since the beginning of this year, almost all of the Fifan players have been training. The reason is simple. Personal training allows them to better play the attributes of their roles. That is an improvement, and the most obvious improvement. Before reaching the peak in this regard, Fifan would not consider going to the mythology area to exercise their reactions. You have to eat one bite at a time and fight one battle at a time. Without the support of professional players, the Fifan guild had a hard time in the mythology area. They no longer had the ability to occupy a city to obtain a steady stream of fixed games. They could only fight guerrilla warfare everywhere like other clubs. However, they showed extremely outstanding combat effectiveness and strong fighting spirit. They could grab more than 10 or 20 boss every week. This result was second only to the 5 strongest guilds, and was not inferior to the general strong guilds. Of course, Meng Fan's command was a great contribution to achieving such results. Although he lacks top-level combat power, he can exert the overall strength to the extreme. This approach is not successful every time, but once it succeeds, he can grab a boss. Bosses are grabbed one by one. Even the 5 major guilds such as Riding the Wind and Waves cannot grab every boss they encounter. This brings more confidence to the players of the Fifan guild, and also makes them full of expectations for the next game. A very simple idea, everyone knows that if the guild has combat power, it will be of great benefit to ordinary players and the first-line team. If more bosses are grabbed, even if the legendary materials cannot be distributed to ordinary players, the gold and red equipment materials are indispensable. Even if they cannot support the guild in other aspects, they can accumulate contribution points through their own efforts and then exchange them for their own equipment. The number of legendary materials means the improvement of the strength of the first-line team. Although the equipment is similar, the equipment will also be worn out in the game and in normal training. The legendary equipment must be repaired by legendary materials. If the reserves in this regard are sufficient, there will be no problem. Fifan did a good job in this regard. When they were in the Four Pests Alliance, they had accumulated a large amount of materials. At least at this stage, they don't have to worry about anything. If the rear is stable, the front will naturally not be panic. After a week of rest, Fifan ushered in the second round of the game. In this round, they are away from home, against the weak team Jinfeng that barely managed to stay in the league last year. Compared with the opponent Yu Shen in the first round, Jinfeng seems to be worse. They were promoted last year. They barely managed to stay in the league, but their strength has not increased significantly. Except for the introduction of several powerful players, there are no outstanding players. If Fifan wants to make relegation a priority, then in this game, even if it is away, they must strive to win. However, in the eyes of Fifan, although they claim to be a relegation team, they have never thought that relegation in the Super League is a problem. So no matter who the opponent is, they play at their own pace, and that's it. Fifan continued to play rigidly in this game. Their tactics seemed fine, but they lacked agility, just like a group of robots playing according to a set program. Although they did not make any mistakes, the problems between transitions were easily caught by the opponent. However, Jinfeng's level was indeed average. Under Fifan's powerful offensive, their goal was opened twice, but they also scored 2 goals. In the end, the game ended in a 2-2 tie. At the press conference after the game, both sides seemed dissatisfied. Jinfeng believed that they had a chance to win 3 points at home, while Fifan said that it was unfair for us to draw in this game, but they were also satisfied with this point, because as a newly promoted team, 1 point is 1 point. We lost the first game, drew the second game, and we will win the third game, Zheng Qi said at the press conference. This made the few reporters sneer. There were indeed not many people watching this game. After all, not many people were interested in the chickens fighting each other, but hearing Zheng Qi's hard words, they still felt that this person was too bad. If this continues, maybe we will see Fifan again in the first division next year. Their pre-season preparations are really bad. As a newly promoted team, their schedule is actually very good. In the first 2 rounds, they faced relatively weak teams. If they played well and got some points, their confidence would be increased enough. However, they only got 1 point in 2 rounds. With such performance, how can they deal with stronger opponents in the future? If they can't win at the beginning, the state of the whole season will be greatly affected. Some media commented on this game, while other media attention was on other games. Zheng challenged the weak team's Thongbang away this round. Zheng played against Yushen, who had just defeated Fifan. The most focused game was the match between Zhengqi and Nangwu at home. This game was also the focus of this game. And this round, the biggest upset since the start of the game broke out. Zhengqi lost as Thongbang 2-3 away. This has never happened before. Thongbang, a team that has been relegated for a long time, almost lost to Zhengqi every time they met, and had no power to resist at all. However, in this game, they stubbornly blocked Zhengqi's attack, and constantly used sharp counter-attacks to complete the attack. Their luck was also quite good. They seized the few opportunities and scored 3 goals. Although Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei scored 1 goal each in the game, Zhengqi still lost its first game in the league very early. This defeat immediately attracted all the attention. The media praised Thongbang's great victory, criticized Zhengqi's arrogance, and praised Thongbang for setting a good example for other teams. We were careless. We were a little eager to train newcomers. When Xiang sighed. It's just a defeat, it's nothing. Lu Xiaoshan shook his head. Just play well in the next game. This game is to train newcomers, and secondly, our luck is indeed bad, but bad luck in the league is much better than bad luck in the cup. Let them criticize outside, there is no problem in our team, that is really no problem. Shen Ruofei said. That's right. Losing is just an accident. We can't lose our composure. Lu Xiaoshan nodded, then turned to Hijing. How were the other games going? Zhengqi and Nangwu tied. Nangwu's defense in this game was really strong and didn't give Zhengqi any chances. It seems that Nangwu is also preparing to train its defense well to sprint for some owners. Hijing replied. Normal. They have been strengthening their defense in recent years. Liu Shibo and Xing Li, this defense line can be called the strongest in the country, right? But their overall performance is still problematic. What about Tin He? Lu Xiaoshan asked. A narrow win over Yushen, the same as the last game. Hijing replied. Damn, here they come again. Tin He is a team that is really unbeatable. Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but sigh. In the past few years, Tin He has always been Zhengqi's opponent. They definitely don't have the strong offensive ability of Zhengqi, but they're extremely stable. In many games, they will never win more than 1 goal if they can win by 1 goal. Don't think this is an easy thing. Being able to always win the game in the most labor-saving way is enough to prove how strong their control is. In fact, last year Tin He often beat other teams by 3 or 4 goals. This does not mean that they're strong, but only that their control has declined a lot. Otherwise, they would not have lost many games that they should not have lost last year. An immature team will have such ups and downs in performance. And the 2 consecutive wins at the beginning of this year are enough to prove that they have become stable. After the 2 rounds of the league, Tin He climbed to the top of the standings with 2 small wins, and the second place was Shenhua, which also won 2 games. This strong team is also quietly exerting its strength. After Pham the 11th joined, their offense became more fluent. When such a mature and outstanding player joins a team that lacks a player like him, he can always integrate quickly. Qianfen, which tied in this round, ranked third, and Nangguo ranked fourth. The strong teams began to emerge little by little. Although Qianfen dropped to 7th place after losing this game, no one dared to ignore them. With only 1 point and a goal difference of -3, they fell to 17th place, just one step away from the relegation zone. Chapter 470. What scenes have I never seen? If Fifen is a team with a glorious tradition and a long history, then they are facing relegation now, and there must be many people who are anxious about it, many people who are running for it, and many reporters who will write articles to explore why Fifen has fallen so much. However, Fifen is not. They are just a team that has been established for more than 2 years and do not have such a deep foundation. Although they became popular in the China Cup last year, it was only a short-lived popularity after all. Many fans are relatively fragile and will leave once they do not perform well. Therefore, except for millions of Fifen's true fans, other people do not think there is anything wrong with Fifen approaching the relegation zone. It is normal for a newly promoted team to have a bad start, and it is also normal to have a good start. In short, a newly promoted team is a new team in the league, and other teams are not familiar with them. A bad start means that they are weak in strength, and a good start means that other teams do not know them well enough and suffer losses. And Fifen's glory in the China Cup last year made it impossible for other teams to be unfamiliar with them, so their results began to become very poor, which is also a matter of course. Since it is natural, there is nothing to be surprised about. Anyway, the media does not expect Fifen to stop Qianfen. Qianfen's own performance proves that they have indeed declined and no longer have the invincible strength they had before. Otherwise, how could they lose to the standard weak teams Thongban? Qianfen is not as strong as before, and the league will definitely be more lively, which is enough. For the fans who follow Fifen, they are a little worried about Fifen's current results, but their expectations have never been very high. Even though Fifen won the China Cup last year, they still have a fear or awe of the Super League. The top league is full of strong teams. It is normal for Fifen to have a bad result in the Super League for the first time. If Fifen's fans are all veterans, they probably won't have this idea, but Fifen's most hardcore fans have all grown up with Fifen from District 108. They are not very familiar with the professional league, otherwise they would not support Fifen from the beginning. Now that Fifen has entered the Super League, they are already very happy, and they are relatively indifferent to the results. The other group that makes up the Fifen fan group is the former Canton fans. They are more indifferent. They don't have such deep feelings for Fifen, and Canton's previous performance has not been very good, so they are also indifferent to the results. They used to support Canton, but Canton had never even entered the Super League. Now Fifen, half of whom are Canton fans, has entered the Super League and won the China Cup. What are they dissatisfied with? In this mentality, Fifen encountered such a bad start, but it did not affect the morale of the guild and the team. It is also a miracle. The players of Fifen's first team have a very quiet space. But there may be one exception. Because he became the transfer king of this season, Ben Shikai has received a lot of attention after all. His status is very transcendent, a god-level player, a captain-level player, and the transfer price is so high, it is normal to attract attention. And before, a key factor for the media to be optimistic about Fifen was because of his introduction. Now after 2 rounds, Fifen's performance is so average, and the media are too lazy to criticize Fifen as a whole. A newly promoted team is worthy of such criticism. Bin Shikai is different. He is famous enough. In the past 6 or 7 years, he has been a well-deserved god-level player and a first-line star. Before Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's rose to prominence, he was even one of the strongest players. Although his performance seems to have declined in the past 1 or 2 years, his level is still well preserved. After transferring to Fifen with such a high price, his performance seems to be unsatisfactory. From a personal performance point of view, there is nothing wrong with him, but he cannot lead Fifen to victory, which seems to be a problem. So some media began to discuss Bin Shikai's role in Fifen's competition. Although it is a discussion, it is nothing more than one sentence. How can the god-level player Bin Shikai become so corrupt after joining Fifen? As a god-level player and captain-level player, when he came to a newly promoted team, he should naturally take on the offensive and defensive responsibilities of the whole team and show his level in critical situations, especially in the first 2 rounds, facing 2 weak teams. Logically speaking, as long as Bin Shikai played normally, he could beat the other side. Of course, this is nonsense. If a god-level player can beat a weak team, how did Qianfen lose to Thongban? The media critics never care about this. For a while, the firepower was concentrated on Bin Shikai. Although most of the media's criticism focused on Cheng Fan, Bin Shikai also attracted a lot of firepower. I feel a little honored. Bin Shikai sighed. The other extraordinary players were a little worried about Bin Shikai, because based on their limited experience, the firepower of criticizing Bin Shikai now is more intense than the firepower of criticizing the entire extraordinary team after losing the Super Cup. The extraordinary players who had never seen much of the world put themselves in his shoes and felt very worried about Bin Shikai. However, Bin Shikai didn't care. He has been in the league for more than 10 years, from a young player to an ordinary player, and then he has become a god-level player with his accumulated experience. He has experienced ups and downs, peaks and downs. He has been through a lot and has seen everything. This criticism is nothing to him. In the last year of the Thunder, he has heard more criticism. Why do you say it's an honor? Meng Fan smiled slightly and asked. I feel that I am old and can be popular again. Bin Shikai laughed. I am sorry for you this time. Zhu Shan said sincerely. Bin Shikai shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. It is indeed a bit unfair to him. With Bin Shikai's level, he can be the core. If the extraordinary players play around him, then at least one of the two games can be won. But it is obvious that Bin Shikai, who is already 32 years old, cannot be the core. In the long run, the extraordinary must still focus on the previous tactics. As a veteran, Bin Shikai needs to provide his experience. Under such circumstances, Bin Shikai's performance naturally seems a bit bleak. And now, all the pressure is on him, which is certainly not a fair thing. There are many unfair things, not to mention that I am honored to make such a sacrifice. Bin Shikai replied. It's good to think so. We're afraid that you will have some burden. Meng Fan said. Burden? It doesn't exist. I survived last year, let alone now. Bin Shikai laughed. If there is nothing else, I will go to rest. I'm old and need to adjust my work and rest schedule. Meng Fan nodded. Bin Shikai stood up, greeted the two, and then turned to leave. Looking at Bin Shikai's back as he left, Meng Fan did not speak, and Zhu Shan did not speak either. He is actually still unwilling. After a long while, Zhu Shan slowly said. This is a good thing. Meng Fan said. An old horse in the stable still has ambitions to run 1,000 miles, and a martyr in his old age still has ambitions. Age is not a problem. As long as there is still unwillingness and fighting spirit, a player will not be unknown. Our current tactics actually limit his performance, or in other words, we don't give him the opportunity to turn the tide, but all the criticism is directed at him. It is really unfair to do so. Zhu Shan sighed. This is the responsibility of all of us, and he shouldn't be the only one to bear it. Fairness. There is no absolute fairness in this world. After he has such a high transfer price, it is difficult to use normal fairness to weigh him. He knows this very well. As a captain and a god-level player, he has long been accustomed to such unfairness. Meng Fan replied coldly. That makes sense, but I always feel a little confused. Zhu Shan laughed helplessly. Don't worry, such a veteran will adjust his state, and seeing his unwillingness now, I have more expectations for his next performance. Meng Fan laughed. Everything is getting better. I hope we can hold on until the day when things get better. I hope he can hold on until the day when we get better. Zhu Shan said leisurely. I can see that things are getting better. Meng Fan nodded. These young people are making great progress. After all, they have been through battle. They have endured the pressure of the China Cup last year and the playoffs. These things are their precious wealth. What they need to do now is to develop them. Don't be anxious. Do it slowly. We're excellent. All we need now is time. But there is a problem we cannot ignore. Zhu Shan looked at Meng Fan and said. Is it a morale problem caused by consecutive failures? Meng Fan said. There is also the inertia of getting used to continuous failures. If a league doesn't start well, the most feared thing is the habitual failure. This is the most terrible thing. The team will lose motivation, lose fighting spirit, and fall into anxiety. These emotions are deadly poisons for any team. At this point, Zhu Shan sighed. That year, Canton was relegated in this way. If there are problems within the team, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Hearing Zhu Shan say this, Meng Fan was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and laughed. Don't worry, Tiffin and Canton are different. Well, at least we don't have any problems internally. Zhu Shan nodded. But the problem you mentioned does need to be paid attention to. Now we have no solution as a whole, but from an individual perspective, there are still people we can look forward to. Meng Fan replied. Bin Shikai? Zhu Shan asked. Of course, otherwise why would we spend so much money to bring him in? We can lean towards him tactically, he has the ability to do so. He doesn't need to participate in too much individual training, and he is gradually becoming familiar with the map. Now is the time for him to play a role. At this point, Meng Fan laughed. A person who has seen everything can be entrusted with more things. Chapter 471. Calm. After 2 rounds of league games, they only got 1 point and were trapped in the relegation situation. The team and important signings were collectively criticized by the media. All these things seem to indicate that Fifen had encountered a big problem. Such criticism can almost be compared with Changfeng's loss to the relegation team. Although this is nothing to boast about, it at least proves that Fifen is now indeed very famous, although it is a bad reputation. As for the 3rd round of the game, everyone has reason to be pessimistic. Fifen's opponent in this round is a well-deserved strong team, Shenhua, which ranked 3rd last season and has always been a top team in the league. The team has 2 good players, Yimo and Fang Yuan. This year, Fang the 11th was introduced. From 2 good players, it has become a big 3. The strength is quite strong. Now they are ranked 2nd. Like Team Head, they are the only team that has won 2 games since the beginning of this season. This year, many strong teams did not have a good start. Changfeng lost a game, and other teams such as Nanguo Shenfeng, Canning and Tianlong all tied a game. The best teams are Team Head and Shenhua. Even if Fifen plays at home in the 3rd round, it would be easy for him to get into trouble if he encounters such a strong team. Although it would not be a big deal if Fifen lost this game, whether it was relegation or something else, this game would not be the 3 points they planned, but if they could not win in the first 3 rounds of the league, or even only get 1 point, then it would be almost a matter of course for this team to slide into the relegation zone. Shenhua is an opponent that is outstanding overall, there is no doubt about that. Their first team members are all good players in the Super League, and their attribute points are basically more than 750 points. Yimo is their organizational core, and Fang Yuan is their attacker. This is not a forced breakthrough player, but an opportunistic player with characteristics similar to Zheng Qi, and well, it is also close to Zheng Qi's characteristics. Zhu Shan said this in the team's tactical arrangement. Although Fifen's attention has been on training recently and he will not make special tactical arrangements, there will always be normal tactical arrangements. I will have other characteristics as well. Zheng Qi said. Of course, we are all very clear about this, but Yimo and Fang Yuan are both recognized as god-level players. Yimo is a tactical master. Even if he is not as good as Li Qing's, he is not much worse. He is at the same level as Wen Xiang. Fang Yuan is a good attacker. In the past games, the cooperation between the 2 of them gave Changfeng and Tin Head a headache. This year, they have another Fang the 11th, who is good at supporting and assisting, connecting the entire team, which has raised their offensive to a higher level. However, Shenhua's defense is average. In this game, we have to play our offensive ability. Do you understand? Although we scored in the first 2 rounds, we scored 3 goals in 2 games. We shouldn't have scored so few goals even if we played casually. Zhu Shan continued. Don't worry, leave it to me and Brother Bin, as well as Zheng Xiaohan and Qing Yizhao. We have many good attackers now. Zheng Qi patted his chest and said generously. Well, be careful of Fang Yuan and Defensor. Su Jin, you support players should be careful of his sneak attacks. This person often disappears on the field. When he appears on the field, it will be the time when he successfully sneak attacks. His target is always the support player of the other side. Killing the support of the other side will cause overall chaos for the other side to gain an advantage. This is a tactic commonly used by Shenhua. Zhu Shan said to Su Jing. So in this game, we use the double support tactic. 2 of you 3 will always be on the field. Even if one of you is killed, don't panic, Fulei and Zhuye, you will also have one person on the field at any time. If one support leaves the field, you must protect the other one. Zhuye and Fulei nodded at the same time. Now the 2 of them are the best protective players in the first-line team. Protective players are also considered a type of defensive players, but they are separated because protective players protect support players closely, which is different from defensive players. In this way, we have at least 3 places for support alone. Both offensive and defensive will not be affected, right? Zheng Shu thought about it and asked. The impact won't be too big, because our personal attributes have advantages. Zhu Shan patted Bin Shikai on the shoulder. You and Zheng Qi take turns to play. No matter who is on the court, you are the core of the offense. Your task is to tear open their defense and kill them. Bin Shikai nodded. He didn't knock very hard, but it gave people a very reliable feeling. Even if it is the core, no one can always be on the court. Zheng Qi only played half of the time before. When he was not on the court, others would take on the heavy responsibility. However, Fifin was the only one who could serve as the core of the offense before, and his consumption was also quite large. Now, there is one more Bin Shikai. A strong team, of course, must have double insurance in all aspects. Fifin now has such a prototype. Zheng Qi and Qing Yizhao can take turns to play in the front, and Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen can take turns to play in the flanks. Even the auxiliary core, Su Jin, Niaoliwa and even Zheng Shu can take turns to play, and the same is true for other positions. The arrival of Bin Shikai will undoubtedly help Zheng Qi share some of the burden. Such sharing will not affect the unity of the team. After all, Bin Shikai is not young anymore. He will not have too many ambitions, and it will not affect Zheng Qi's status. Zheng Qi himself does not care about this, but Zhu Shan pays attention to this. After all, he has suffered such a loss in Kangping. The joining of two Super League players has made the originally harmonious atmosphere in Kangping a mess. The two have the mentality of a boss, but they do not have the absolute strength of a boss, and they are unwilling to work together with others. So it is Kangping's turn to be unlucky. A team that is qualified to impact the Super League was relegated from the A-League all of a sudden and never got up again. Zhu Shan lacked experience in this area before. After suffering a loss, he was very careful. So when he was preparing to introduce good players, he was very cautious. He even proposed that even if he did not introduce outstanding players, he could not introduce a guy who wanted to be the boss to ruin the atmosphere in the team. But when Bin Shikai appeared in the transfer market, he had no opinion at all. After all, Bin Shikai's reputation was very good in the whole circle. It can even be said that he was the kind of good player who would never ruin the atmosphere in the team. The facts also prove this point. Bin Shikai had a good relationship with others. He never acted arrogantly because he was a veteran God-level player. He did not have any conflicts with Zheng Qi. When other young players needed his guidance, he would also give guidance enthusiastically, including taking the blame for Fifin's poor performance in the first 2 rounds. He had no opinion. Such a player is a treasure no matter where he is placed. It was because of his great influence in Thunder that Thunder sent him away because he needed to be upgraded. Okay, don't be too stressed about this game. Just play according to our rhythm. How does the saying go? Getting fat first doesn't count. Getting fat later will collapse the Kang. We're destined to get fat. Don't worry about losing weight temporarily. Meng Fan said at last. I don't want to get fat. Niaoliwa shouted. The others laughed. Just understand what I mean. Meng Fan waved his hand. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, let Shenhua see how powerful we are. Fifin's players responded one after another and then dispersed. They are in a very calm mood now. They are not anxious or ashamed because of the 2 rounds of losing. Instead, they are facing the next game with the most peaceful mentality. Fifin's fans have a similar mentality to them. They are very happy to see Fifin and Shenhua, a strong team, compete at home, and they are very much looking forward to this game. The media also seemed to be quite interested in this match. The reason was simple. Most of the other matches in this round were clearly strong and weak. Only the match between Tin He and Kshinfeng at home was a strong match. Of course, it was not exciting enough to have only one strong match in a round. In this case, Fifin vs. Shenhua also attracted a lot of attention. Shenhua is a veteran strong team. In the past few years, it has always ranked at least in the top 4, and sometimes it can suppress Nangyou. Although Fifin's performance in the first 2 rounds was very bad, it was not purely luck that they defeated Tin He Changfeng to win the China Cup. In this case, maybe they will explode. Although the possibility is not great, it is a gimmick anyway. As long as it is a gimmick, there will be something to watch. If there is something to watch, there will be no worries about lack of attention. Therefore, at the beginning of the 3rd round, Fifin's home match against Shenhua attracted quite a lot of spectators to the scene. Shenhua itself is a top team with a large number of fans. In this game, tens of millions of spectators came to the scene all of a sudden, covering the sky and the sun. The number of Fifin's fans also remained around 5 million, and with the addition of some neutral fans, the number of spectators at the game exceeded 16 million. Too brutal, we can earn another 40 million from this game, we really want to play against Shenhua in every game. Lu Li said with stars in her eyes. You're overthinking it. There are only 5 teams of Shenhua's level, including Changfeng Tinhe. Most of the mid and lower level teams can only bring about the same number of fans as us in each game, about 5 to 6 million. Wei Jiangshan shook his head. So we still have to improve our own attractiveness. We only have 2 to 3 million real die-hard fans. Others will only come to watch our games if they play against strong teams or have good results. In the last game, we only had 2 to 3 million people on the road, which is very embarrassing. Sui Qingfeng said a little depressed. So we still have to win the game. Winning more games can better gather morale, make fans more interested in the game, and attract more die-hard fans. Zhu Wukio said. Chapter 472. Lost momentum. The players of Fifen are very calm, and the audience of Fifen is also generally calm. However, many people know that if Fifen's performance has not changed, even die-hard fans will have psychological changes. In the final analysis, the greatest confidence of a professional team still depends on performance. Fans can love you whether you win or lose, which is the most moving spirit in competition. However, the team cannot break the jar just because there are loyal fans. The best way to comfort loyal fans is to win more games. Fifen's players are also very clear about this. They are accumulating strength, they are dormant, and they are waiting. They only hope that the loyal fans can be more patient. The players of both sides are ready to play. The fans in the stands shouted enthusiastically, but most of them are fans of Shenhua. Shenhua has a good start this year and ranks second, which makes Shenhua fans expect a good breakthrough in the new season. You have to know that before Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's rose to prominence, Shenhua and Nanguo Qianfeng were 3 major teams. These 3 teams took turns to be the banker. No matter what Shenhua did, it would always have a chance to win a championship every 2 or 3 years. However, after Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoxun rose to prominence, they have not won a decent championship for a long time. Even the China Cup Championship. So Shenhua fans are actually quite upset with Fifen. Last year, their home team lost to Changfeng in the China Cup quarterfinals. In their opinion, if Shenhua was in the other half of the zone, maybe it would be Shenhua who entered the finals and won the championship. If we and Nanguo hadn't fought hard to stop Changfeng, would you still have a chance to win the championship? Don't joke. Now in the league, they hope to see Shenhua beat Fifen so that they can feel better. Maybe this is the reason why Shenhua has tens of millions of fans coming to watch the away game. Even if Fifen can take some economic advantage, they don't care. They just want to see the team beat Fifen with their own eyes. The will of the fans will definitely be reflected in the team. Shenhua's players are also eager for this game. Tinhe is playing against Qianfeng this round, and something might go wrong. If they beat Fifen, they will have a chance to occupy the first place in the standings alone, which will be a significant boost to Shenhua's morale. A bad start in a league may affect the performance of the entire season. Similarly, a brilliant start will also improve the team's performance throughout the season. Shenhua has a good schedule this year, and they certainly hope to have a better performance. What's more, fans all hope that the team will win a big victory over Fifen to win back last year. Shenhua's players certainly hope to perform better. When we played against them last year, our Changfeng team always felt that it was difficult to move forward. We always encountered extra situations. This was a very depressing thing, which affected our performance and made us lose the game in the end. But looking at their performance this season, that situation was because they made extremely detailed preparations. Under normal circumstances, such a situation is impossible to happen again. Before the game, Fang the 11th said to the other players of Shenhua. Whether it was Yimo or Fang Yuan, they all nodded. This statement itself was analyzed before. The main reason why Fifen was able to lay out such a complete and huge game at the time was that they had enough time to lay out the plan. This was definitely an exception rather than a rule. If Fifen could really make such a targeted overall tactical arrangement in every game, then what team would be their opponent? Impossible, not even one. And their relatively mediocre performance in the first 2 rounds proved that Fifen did not have such ability. They might have an excellent level, but they would no longer have the kind of tactics that took into account all the reactions of the opponent. That was a miracle that could only be created by a very large computing system and extremely powerful intelligence gathering capabilities. Why do many people think that Changfeng was too wrong? Because the key factor in Fifen's victory over Changfeng in that match can be said to have never appeared in the past few decades. In this case, it is understandable that Changfeng suffered such a big loss. If it hadn't suffered such a big loss, Changfeng's 5-time champion would have basically been a short thing. As a result, the 5-time champion became the 4-time champion, although there was only one less championship, but everyone knows the difference here. There are often teams that can achieve the 4-time champion every now and then, and the 5-time champion is an unprecedented and brilliant record. How grateful other clubs were to Fifen at the time, how much they fear Fifen now. Fortunately, Fifen's performance proved that they don't need to be so feared. When the players of both sides set off, the map of the entire game also appeared in front of them. Shibai. The view is unobstructed, but the map will randomly refresh the flames and compress the activity space. Such a complicated map, it is said that they relied on the complicated map to win all the home games last year. Fang Yuan said with a smile. But they lost the first home game this year. Yimo said expressionlessly. After all, we are not a Class A team. Fang the 11th nodded silently. As the captain, Yimo's words really hit the point. Fifen won all home games last year, especially in the first half of the season when the first-line team was short of players. The familiarity with complex maps played a great role. Class A teams basically have no advantage in this regard. They are used to playing ordinary maps. Facing Fifen's home advantage, they basically have no resistance, including the excellent home Yuan. In the Super League, this advantage is nothing. Super League teams are basically used to playing complex maps. Even if they are not as high as Fifen in the degree of map replication, Fifen's advantage will not be so obvious. It was very obvious in the first round of the league. Fifen is still familiar with the map, but Yushan will not suffer a significant loss. In this case, Fifen, who was used to the opponent's mistakes due to the map, became impatient and revealed more flaws. Although their mentality is much better than before, Shenhua is also much stronger than Yushan. They had nothing to worry about. The game started amid the crazy shouts of Shenhua fans. Fifen's fans also wanted to prove their courage, but with an absolute disadvantage in numbers, their shouts were completely suppressed by the shouts of Shenhua fans. Just like the situation at the beginning of the game. Shenhua, who took the lead in attacking, began to launch a strong attack from the front. This is what they are good at, and this kind of map with an unobstructed view also allows the attacking party to fully exert their offensive capabilities. Shenhua's offensive is indeed excellent. Although their main attacker is an opportunist and appears to be very silent in the frontal attack, since they can always use this tactic to occupy a high-end position in the league, it is enough to prove that they have a set of effective tactics to cover up Fang Yuan's actions. This is also that case. The other players of Shenhua are not as famous as Fang Yuan, but they have their own characteristics and offensive. Now it is even more so. Fang Shi's joining makes their offensive more three-dimensional and more oppressive. Coupled with Yimo's continuous support, their offensive immediately suppressed Fifen. Fifen was constantly resisting, and was in direct confrontation with Shenhua. The light and shadow effects of his skills kept flashing, blocking the sight of both sides. In this situation, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared beside Su Jing. The nature of a killer must be sudden and deadly. Su Jing was hit and left the field by Fang Yuan's assassination move with almost no resistance. Although Fang Yuan was quickly killed by Fu Lady, who was guarding next to him, Fifen's main auxiliary left the field, and his endurance was immediately greatly affected. The entire Shenhua team broke through and tore Fifen's defense line to pieces. Finally, after arriving in front of Fifen's goal, Yimo completed the final blow. It was Fang the 11th who assisted him. Shenhua's three giants took the lead in scoring a point for Shenhua. Less than 5 minutes after the start of the game, Shenhua scored a goal through a wonderful attack, which made Shenhua's fans become more crazy. They shouted rhythmically, and the cheers were overwhelming. In this overwhelming shout, most of the Fifen fans turned pale, not only because of the score behind, but also because of the fanatical momentum displayed by Shenhua fans at this moment. This momentum is quite terrible. It is difficult for Fifen fans who have not been tested to quickly adapt to this atmosphere. Although the venue is closed, Shenhua fans can't affect the game of Fifen players no matter how crazy they are. However, in terms of momentum in the stands, Shenhua completely suppressed Fifen fans. It's not that there are no Fifen fans who want to resist, but under the suppression of the opponent, their shouts can't be unified to form a strong will. It seems like the progress of the game. Don't be a coward, Zheng Qi, you have to strive to equalize the score and beat their momentum. Lu Li shouted in the box. Shi, Wei Jiang Shan Su King Fenshku, Zhu Wukio and others all knew that at this time, it was unrealistic to rely on the fans' outburst to reverse the suppression in the stands. After all, the fans' emotions were also based on the performance of the players. Only when Fifen reversed the unfavorable situation on the field, the fans of Fifen would be able to resist the opponent's momentum suppression and show their voice. However, Zheng Qi had already proved their level in their performance just now. A team of this level would not be easily equalized by the opponent after taking the lead. Fifen's specific tactics for this game were not particularly targeted, and generally depended on the performance of the players. Such a situation was actually very difficult. The fans' spirit was suppressed by the opponent. If this game was lost again, perhaps the entire fan group would have a bleaker mood. This was not good for anyone. Chapter 473. Strong charge. Although they couldn't hear the noise outside, the Fifen players on the field knew that they had to launch a counter-attack now. Losing the ball was expected. With Zheng Qi's offensive ability, it was not difficult to score a goal. However, it was a bit surprising that Fifen lost the ball so quickly. In this situation, they could only counter-attack. We attack and get the score back. Zheng Qi waved his arms. We cannot care about winning or losing now, but our performance and desire to win cannot be reduced. Although we did not win the first 2 rounds and only got 1 point, we suppressed our opponents in terms of performance. We didn't win the game because we were inexperienced and unlucky, but it was not a problem of our strength. What's wrong with Zheng Qi? They didn't meet us last year, otherwise they would have been beaten to a pulp by us. Zheng Qi rarely used such words to boost morale in the team. He was more frivolous, but it was precisely because of this that when he got serious, all his teammates would be shocked. That's right. They didn't use any strange tactics. We need our rich experience to deal with them. On this map that is clear at a glance, we will attack head-on and tear open their defenses. Niaoiwa waved her fist vigorously and said. Zheng Qi nodded and turned to Fulei. Protect Su Jing. I know. Fulei nodded. The task of the head-on attack is handed over to you. Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qiahan. Don't worry. Zheng Qiahan also nodded. He didn't perform well in the 2 rounds. The main reason was that the Super League seemed a bit far away to him before. After all, he was from Kangkong. Fifen now has 8 players from Kangkong. They are from poor backgrounds. In a Class A team like Kangkong, they have never seen much. In this regard, they are not as good as Zheng Chuan, Lin Fei, Zheng Qi, Chen Lin, and other players from super teams, or even as good as Li Grui, Wang Yuanfen, and Zifei, these grassroots players. They know what the Super League is like and have more fear in their hearts. This is also an inevitable process. Defeating several super teams in the Cup last year has alleviated this fear, but it still takes time to get better. And now, Zheng Qiahan no longer thinks about anything else. Be prepared to attack when there is an opening. Zheng Qi turned to Li Grui. Li Grui nodded. Others, support where you should, fight where you should, and assist where you should. In short, in the next attack, we have to break through their defense and score a goal. Zheng Qi's defense is not particularly good. Zheng Qi's last sentence made others laugh. Yes, Zheng Qi's defense is not particularly good either. What do we have to worry about? Last season, we scored more than 5 goals per game at home. In the Cup, we also scored 3 goals per game on average. Even if our offense may be a little worse than Changfen, what reason do we have not to score more goals against other teams? Fifen launched a counter-attack. It is impossible to say that such a venue has no impact at all. After all, the venue of the game is on a linked ship. Since it is a ship, it cannot be too stable. Even though that Kalawami linked ship was said to be able to run horses on the bow was of walking on flat ground, it was shown in the game that it would ripple slightly from time to time, affecting the player's shots. It also requires a lot of experience to fight in such a field. However, this is not a problem for the Fifen players. After all, Fifen has achieved the best in the alliance in terms of the degree of map replication. They have recently been concentrating on training their personal abilities and map adaptability, so when they launch an attack, the changes in the ground will not have any effect on them. Although it is only a slight ripple, it can easily affect the effect of the shot. After all, different skill landing points will cause huge differences in damage. Fifen has no problem with this, and they will not have any problem. Because this kind of experience, it is enough to accumulate some, and Zheng Qi's players will naturally have no problem in this regard. The two sides soon approached near the center circle and started a confrontation. The terrain is good for the offenser, but for the defending side, the natural advantage is that the opponent has to have someone in control of the ball. In the confrontation, the defending side will have a certain number of advantages. So the Zheng Qi players were not worried. They began to defend in the usual way. Although their defense is not their strong point, they are still confident in dealing with Fifan. However, Fifan's offensive intensity was still beyond their expectations. This is where a strong team like Shenhua is not as good as weak teams like Yushan Jinfeng. Yushan Jinfeng regards Fifan as an opponent on the road to relegation, so they collect intelligence very detailed. What about Shenhua? In the first 2 rounds, their attention was on other teams. In this round, they began to collect information about Fifan. Although they valued it, they did not value it to the point of thinking that Fifan could cause harm to themselves. So they suffered a loss in the first confrontation. Generally, in this kind of head-on confrontation, both sides are unprotected, and it is nothing more than a strong charge to lead, with someone around to assist, flanking and sneak attack, and the back is the auxiliary corps to assist, with someone around to protect. The offensive has layers and support, and the continuous rotation of attacks, until the opponent's defense line is broken or the opponent counterattacks. The most critical thing in the middle is not the initial contact, but the second stage. At the beginning, there is little contact and it can directly cause problems to the opponent's defense line. This situation is rare. Generally, both sides have already started a fierce battle, and the light and shadow effects of the collision of various skills can play a great role in blocking the line of sight, so it is possible to reveal flaws or be caught by the opponent. Shenhua's goal just now took advantage of this. How to use this point, how to judge the opponent's loopholes and flaws through experience or observation when both sides' vision is limited and blocked, and then send a fatal blow to tear open the defense line and open up the situation. This is experience. Mature teams have such experience and can find that breakthrough point in the ever-changing confrontation. This is what Fifan lacked. In the previous level league, they relied more on map advantages and strength to crush the opponent. When facing teams of the same level, their ability to seize opportunities was quite average. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to win the game despite actually having the advantage in the first 2 rounds. But this time, Fifan did not want to get entangled with the opponent. Zheng Qi took the lead and attacked head-on. I have never seen such a reckless person. Even Lu Xiaoshan would not come over so recklessly. They are facing players in the Super League. Even if their fame and performance is slightly worse than yours, you can't kill them casually. And Zheng Qi just rushed over. Shenhua does not have top-level players for head-on confrontation, but there are many outstanding players. Someone immediately came forward. With teammates around to support him, he was naturally not afraid of anything. Zheng Qi rushed forward and shot. It was not a shot to kill the opponent, but a head-on attack. This is not a skill, but before rushing over, Zheng Qi, in addition to the state blessed by Su Jin, directly activated the 3 skills of Yang Yi's hero card, Rare Chivalry, Yang Invincible, and Blood-Stained Painting. These 3 skills are not offensive, but they all have the characteristics of blessing their own abilities, collectively improving the attributes. Zheng Qi's attribute points are not bad to begin with, close to 850 attribute points, allowing him to suppress many God-level players. With the blessing of 3 skills now, the attribute suppression is simply comprehensive suppression. The 2 sides collided with each other. Zheng Qi came too fast, and the opponent didn't even have time to use skills, and collided with Zheng Qi. After a loud bang, the opponent stepped back 6 steps and retreated directly into his own formation. Retreating is not a big deal, but the opponent's retreat is not active, but passive. He retreated directly at a high speed and hit his 2 teammates, causing the 3 of them to fall into a state of short stiffness at the same time. Fang the 11th made a move. He started to intercept Zheng Qi from the side. However, Zheng Qi was only responsible for rushing out of the gap. Behind him, Qingquan and Wu Jin rushed over at the same time. The 3 of them cut deeply into Shenhua's defense like a cone, laying a good foundation. 2 Shenhua players came to intercept from the side, but Li Gerui appeared in front of them and began to entangle the opponent. Li Gerui was fast, and although he could not cause much damage to the opponent, he still entangled the opponent tightly. Niaolua's large-scale skills hit the 3 Shenhua players who were in a state of stiffness at the same time. Until now, Fifan has not really caused a huge killing power, but Fifan's attack has already had a good effect. Niaolua's range attack skills, under normal circumstances, can't take away much of the opponent's health, but when the 3 opponents are in a state of stiffness, the physical value taken away is quite amazing. They have almost no ability to resist. Seeing the physical value drop by more than half in an instant. Fortunately, the effect of stiffness had passed by then, and the 3 of them began to dodge at the same time, and Yimo's recovery skill also landed on their head in time. However, if they were recovering now, they could not maintain the attribute blessing of others. The extraordinary players surged over like a tide and began to attack head-on. The exchange of skills was completed in an instant. The extraordinary players with Su Jing's blessing had already occupied a certain advantage in attributes. When their operating strength was similar, plus the blessing of the state, they immediately occupied a comprehensive advantage. Fifan suppressed Shen Hua's defense line and began to press forward with an extremely tough attitude. Shen Hua's defense line was forced to retreat step by step. Every time they retreated, a player's physical value reached the bottom and left the field. The disadvantage of numbers forced them to retreat faster and use space to exchange time. The shouts of Shen Hua fans in the stands gradually weakened. Chapter 474. The essence of competition. The confrontation was not lasting long, but the powerful Shen Hua was suppressed by Fifan and retreated step by step. This is unscientific. Shen Hua's fans couldn't believe their eyes. It took Shen Hua only 5 minutes to take the lead, which was already a very good performance. But looking at Fifan's current pressure, it won't take 2 or 3 minutes to even the score, although in the game, it is not certain that you can score a goal just because you have an advantage. Space is exchanged for time. After retreating for a while, you can stabilize your pace and start defense again, or even counter-attack well. No matter how suitable this map is for the attacking side, it will not be able to score every time you attack. Even a team that is good at attacking needs to score through continuous attacking. Scoring is not an easy thing in itself. But the current situation alone is enough to make Shen Hua's fans feel a little embarrassed. On the contrary, Fifan's fans were encouraged. Their shouts became louder, and there was a faint momentum to break through the suppression of Shen Hua fans' shouts. Shen Hua fans were very dissatisfied with this. They shouted even louder and suppressed the shouts of Fifan fans. It's just an advantage. It's not like we haven't completed a counter-attack when we were at a disadvantage. Don't forget, we have Yimo and Fan Yuan. Such a belief is deeply rooted in the minds of Shen Hua fans. These two god-level players have always been Shen Hua's strongest partners and the guarantee of competing with Zheng Qi. In such a situation, will they remain silent? Absolutely not. Shen Hua fans' confidence and trust are certainly not for nothing. That is the empirical evidence formed by countless examples in the past. In fact, it seems to be the case. Fifan pressed forward to attack, and Shen Hua retreated step by step. The skills of the players on both sides continued to explode in the air, showing countless light and shadow effects. At this time, Fang Yuan, who had always seemed a little silent, took action. This kind of opportunistic player, like an assassin in the shadows, is dim most of the time. Only when he appears in front of the opponent's core player and takes action, does he appear so dazzling. This is how he killed Su Jing before, and he plans to do the same this time. The keen assassination move has been cooled down and stabbed directly at Su Jing. At that moment, Fang Yuan's figure was so brilliant and dazzling that the Shen Hua fans in the stand cheered wildly. They were looking forward to this moment, and this moment has come. However, the next moment, the sharp blade pierced Fu Lei's chest. At that moment, Fu Lei exchanged positions with Su Jing and took Fang Yuan's fatal blow. Fu Lei left the field. However, Fang Yuan did not get any good results. The ultimate move of stabbing Qin was a one-for-one exchange. It did not play a strong offensive role, but a strategic role. Killing the opponent's temporarily irreplaceable player to gain strategic initiative, just like the previous attack. And now, only Fu Lei was replaced, and Fang Yuan himself was still at low health. Fifan's counterattack forced Fang Yuan to leave the field. Just when Fang Yuan failed to assassinate, Yimo, who had been commanding the team in the back, also moved forward a little to support Fang Yuan. He moved forward to support Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was already very weak after using the ultimate move of Qin piercing. At this time, he couldn't be healed. However, the skills of increasing defense and evasion were still very useful. But Fang Yuan died too quickly. Before he could throw out the skill in his hand, there was another person beside him. Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi didn't use the ultimate move of Qin piercing, but used the ultimate move of Eagle Vision and Wolf Guarding to attack him continuously. Yimo, who was caught off guard, still showed the level of a god-level player. As a pure auxiliary player, theoretically, there is not much resistance. It's not that they can't bring combat hero cards, but they can only bring 10 heroes in total. The cooldown of skills is limited. Bringing hero cards that can fight means that the support for the whole team will be reduced. At this point, the whole team will suffer a great loss. Yimo is no exception. However, without the blessing of hero skills, he still supported for a while and waited for the support of other teammates. When the remaining players of Shenhua came to support from all directions, Zheng Qi's assault had theoretically failed. However, Zheng Qi laughed in an extremely vulgar way. The next moment, Su Jing's 8 diagrams and Niuliwa's ashes and smoke destroyed exploded simultaneously in this area. Originally, the positions of Shenhua's players were very reasonable, but because they wanted to support Imo, they had already gathered together. They were not enough in number, and now they gathered together to take advantage of these two big moves. Shenhua no longer had the power to resist. Damn it, Imo, who has always been known for his calmness and rationality, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Obviously, he supported it just now, not necessarily because Zheng Qi couldn't kill him quickly, but because he wanted to use him to attract other Shenhua players to come to support, thereby causing greater damage. Thinking that he had become a flaw and a burden to his teammates, Imo felt a little aggrieved. After 2 rounds of bombing, the physical value of the remaining Shenhua players dropped again, and they were hung with various negative effects. There was also Zheng Qi inside who was constantly attacking them, plus the impact of other Fifan players outside, so it was natural that the whole team was wiped out. After wiping out the Shenhua players, Fifan began to press forward quickly. When he rushed to the Shenhua defense line, the hastily formed Shenhua defense line was completely unable to withstand the fierce attack of the group. Soon, Fifan broke through the defense line and scored a goal. 5 minutes later, Shenhua broke through Fifan's gate, and 4 minutes later, Fifan equalized the score. The Shenhua fans in the stands quieted down, and the shouts of Fifan's fans filled the entire sky. Everyone saw everything that happened on the field, and naturally knew that Shenhua did not perform abnormally, and Fifan showed strong strength. The strong strength that was not shown in the first 2 games. Shenhua fans shouted again in dissatisfaction, but Fifan's fans were no longer afraid of the other side. Although the number of people was much smaller than that of the other side, and the torrent of voices gathered was much smaller than that of the other side, they still stubbornly ruled out their own place in the stands. Just like the situation on the field. After the restart, Shenhua's offensive was still sharp, but the extraordinary defensive was not inferior to the opponent. Both sides began to make a lot of substitutions. This is a feature of the football era game. Players always have to rotate and rest constantly, otherwise, the players' spirits can't bear it. In the past, when the professional football era games just started, the intensity of the game was not as great as it is now. The use of skills, the grasp of timing, etc. were not as particular as they are now. So at the time, it was not uncommon for the starting lineup of a game to play from beginning to end. However, as the requirements for the mastery of skills and timing became higher and higher, the mental pressure of the players began to become greater and greater. In the middle period, that is, more than 40 years ago, the first serious accident of mental collapse caused by long-term mental stress occurred. There were even calls from the people of various countries to ban the professional football era games. If the professional football era games had not become the entertainment center of the whole society, this game might really be banned. Although it has not been abolished, the rules have changed greatly. Players can be substituted at will, with no limit on the number of times. This has greatly relieved the pressure on the players. Players basically take turns to play in the game, and have time to rest. In this way, even if there are occasional important games, important players play more time, there will be no problem. Over the years, it has been proven that the new rules are the most suitable rules for the game. Therefore, whether it is Shenhua or Fifan, they have begun to make a large number of substitutions. As a strong team, Shenhua's substitutes are also quite strong. Although there may not be god-level players like Imo and Fan Yuan, there are a lot of powerful players. In the following time, important players will also take turns to play. Only at the last moment or at an important juncture will important players play at the same time. The personnel arrangement of a general team is more similar to the arrangement in the previous NBA games. If there are 2 core players in the team, they will take turns to play to maintain their physical fitness. If they play the whole game, they will be useless. The main players of Shenhua left the field, and Fifan's main players were no exception. Zheng Qi and others were replaced. However, among the players who came on the field, there was also a famous god-level player like Bin Shikai. At this moment, Shenhua's offensive was more difficult. Bin Shikai and Lecheng Izhao, Wang Yuanfen, Zheng Shu and others to resist the attack of Shenhua players. In addition, Chen Lin, a good defender, was also on the field, and they defended quite well. Bin Shikai himself was an all-around core player, and he had a very good performance on both offensive and defensive. After he came on the field, Fifan immediately suppressed Shenhua, making Shenhua's offense somewhat difficult. Players were constantly rotating, and the game entered a stalemate during this period, but everyone knew that such a stalemate would not last too long. A game lasted 90 minutes, and most of the time was actually spent in this stalemate. Even in a game with a big score, there were only so many exciting shots related to goals. Therefore, fans of both sides did not feel bored because of this. In the stalemate, once one side seized an opportunity, it would be a wonderful offensive shot. At this time, you can't relax at all. If you are distracted for a while, you may miss the most exciting shot of the game. This is the nature of football games, and this nature has not changed in the professional football era. Now it's a stalemate, and it's a battle of patience and experience. We are not short of patience, but we are a little short of experience. Meng Fan said thoughtfully. I believe they will win this game. Lu Li said. Well, it depends on Ben Shikai. Meng Fan said. Chapter 475 Experience. Ben Shikai ran silently on the court. He rarely shouted on the court. Although he had been the captain for a long time, he was still used to proving something with his performance instead of speaking. He was the core. In the Thunder, his teammates would assist him, and he knew what level these teammates were at, when they would appear and where they would be. When his teammates assisted him, he would also assist other teammates. This was also one of the key factors why the Thunder did not perform well last year. Xiaobo had never cooperated with him much. In addition, Xiaobo's own strength was also good and he could lead a group of teammates. The players of the Thunder were basically divided into two teams on the court. They could not work together. How could the results be good? From the beginning to the end, Ben Shikai did not think he was a genius. He was just a diligent player. Only when he accumulated a lot of experience could he achieve great success. On the court, when he and his teammates could cooperate well, he could perform well. So after coming to Fifan, Ben Shikai's performance did have some ups and downs. His own strength was no problem, but the cooperation between his teammates and him was still a little unfamiliar. Am I a player who succeeds because of others? This question has been asked by Ben Shikai himself. He did not ask himself this question after he came to Fifan, but in the last year of Thunder, this question has been echoing in his mind. He did not have a good background, and he was displaced for a while. He has been in many clubs, but he did not get enough status and performance. It was not until he returned to Thunder at the age of 24 that he suddenly had an extremely good performance and became one of the best players at the time. Ben Shikai also felt a little strange about these changes, because he felt that his performance did not have any obvious ups and downs. How could the situation suddenly be so different before and after? So he could only attribute it to the fact that he encountered an environment suitable for his performance, and then he got better and better. But in the last year, he thought, is it really that his own strength is average? But his role attributes are still so outstanding, and his operation is still so good. Although he is old, his performance and energy have not declined. I am definitely not a player who succeeds because of others. Ben Shikai thought to himself. The game has come to the last 5 minutes of the first half. In the previous games, both sides attacked back and forth, but they didn't have any good effect. In the last stage of the first half, the top players of both sides all played. This is not the time to relax. Yimo, Fang Yuan, and Fang the 11th all played. On Fifan's side, Zheng Qi and Ben Shikai were on the court, as well as Zheng Qi and Wang Yuanfen. Although they were all attackers, they could still play a good role in defense. Shenhua was constantly attacking. They kept launching tentative attacks, just to find out the opponent's flaws. And they also protected Yimo very well, without revealing any flaws. In this case, they didn't expect that Ben Shikai had been thinking about how to make a perfect sneak attack. This point was not clear to the other players at Fifan, and Ben Shikai also knew this, so he seemed particularly cautious. With the rich experience of Shenhua's players, if Fifan was trying to sneak attack, they would not be able to fail to notice it. On the contrary, in this case, it was only Ben Shikai who wanted to sneak attack, and they couldn't notice it very well. Ben Shikai knew this. He was so experienced that no one in the entire league could match him. There were not many players older than him, and there was no god-level player who was older than him and had been in the league for a longer time. Waiting for the opportunity to come was a very anxious thing, but Ben Shikai was not anxious at all. He knew what his mission was and knew that he should wait for the opportunity and not be anxious. If the opportunity came, he would kill it with one strike. If the opportunity did not come, he would wait quietly like a chicken. He had good patience, and the other players of Fifan could also withstand Shenhua's attack. After such a long struggle in the first half, the players of Fifan had completely entered the game state and would not have too many other ideas. In this state, they could often play their best. And when they could make their character attributes better, they would be unstoppable and invincible. Because there was no team in the league that could have so many God-level characters. The average team could only have 2 or 3 at most. Having God-level characters and God-level players were two different things. Shenhua is already a first-rate team, with 2 God-level players and 1 quasi-God-level player, but the total number of God-level characters is only 7 or 8, less than half. The characters with the highest average attributes, besides Fifan, are changing last year and Teen this year, but they only have 13 or 14 God-level accounts, and there is really no comparison with a perverted team like Fifan, which has all God-level accounts. In this kind of terrain, the advantages of the account can be better brought into play. After all, high attribute points mean that the players can hold on longer under the same conditions, output more, run faster, and jump higher. If it is on complex terrain, the attribute advantage may not determine anything, but in this face-to-face contest, Fifan's players rely on their attributes and resist quite tenaciously. As experienced players, Shenhua's players certainly will not have any anxious emotions in their mentality, but as the end of the first half of the game is getting closer, they also begin to get a little anxious. After all, they kicked off in the first half. If they couldn't take the lead in the first half, they would be at a disadvantage in the second half. This was not a particularly big disadvantage, but for a team, victory is often accumulated from some small details. A little impatient, showing on the court, is a little aggressive. Bin Shikai is a very experienced player. As mentioned before, experience is a very illusory word, which cannot be quantified or described, but it does exist. Experience is not sting as cat, and it is not between being and not being. It only depends on whether you have that feeling. The so-called experience, when placed on the court, is a kind of intuition. You obviously didn't see anything, didn't notice anything, but experience can make you feel keenly that launching an attack from a certain place can have a good enough effect. Bin Shikai believes in his intuition and his experience. So when he felt it, he rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, he forgot that the teammates around him were not those familiar teammates, and would not help him open the way, help him guard, and help him solve some details in time. He just rushed forward like he did in Thunder. He has been doing this for the past 10 years, and for 6 of those years, he has achieved quite brilliant results. Every time he attacks, he can accurately hit the opponent's flaws. This time is no exception. Bin Shikai cut in strongly and appeared directly in front of Fang the 11th. Fang the 11th never expected that someone would attack him, because he was an inconspicuous person in Shenhua's lineup this year. He also lacked such experience. When he was in Changfeng, he was never the focus of the opponent's attack. So he had no defense at all. Bin Shikai's attack rained down on him, and he could only fight and retreat. While retreating, he was wondering, because no matter how strong Bin Shikai was, he couldn't solve him with one contact. He was also a quasi-god level player. What's more, his position was under the close protection of his teammates. When he retreated, although there was a gap, the attacks of his teammates on both sides were enough to kill Bin Shikai instantly. The reactions of other Shenhua players were not slow. They immediately launched an attack on Bin Shikai. In the dense fire, even if Bin Shikai had strong reaction and strength, he would be killed instantly. He was now rushing into the opponent's formation alone. Bin Shikai was a little too aggressive. This situation rarely happened before, but since last year, he often put himself in this dilemma, which also greatly affected the Thunder's performance. It seems that Thunder was right to give up on him. He has too many mistakes now and is no longer a god-level player. A commentator commented that he certainly would not draw a conclusion about Bin Shikai because of this performance. However, in the past year, Bin Shikai has had such problems more than once or twice. His attributes will not decline, and his operation level has not declined. It's just that this kind of inexplicable mistakes often occur, which obviously means that there is a huge problem with his judgment ability. This is like an elderly person, whose physical fitness is still very good and whose movements are still flexible, just like Alzheimer's. Although it is not as serious as Alzheimer's, a player who repeatedly misjudges is like a time bomb on the court, and is not as useful as an honest player. Bin Shikai is doing this again now. I'm afraid that Fifan's defense will have a big problem. However, the next moment, the pursuit of the Shenhua players was intercepted by the Fifan players.
Zheng Qi, Yuan Fan, Zheng Qi, Fu Lei and others who were closest to them attacked at the same time under Zhu Shan's timely command. Even if they didn't have time to intercept, they used their bodies to block the skills of the Shenhua players, giving Bin Shikai more room to move. The opponent's attacks were all intercepted, which made Bin Shikai rush forward more quickly and pursue Fang the 11th more fiercely. Under Bin Shikai's pursuit, Fang the 11th didn't even have time to slow down. He could only retreat again and again until he left the battle group. At this time, the sharp-eyed audience had noticed that after Fang the 11th retreated, Shenhua's originally complete offensive formation had now been cut into two large pieces. What's more fatal is that Imo, who was originally under strict protection, was exposed to the Fifan players again this time. Finds capture no much as great as Pelagahasta El final. No SE indeed like Busgasms contended to exclusive YXO in Medito. Siaskrabata news Teropatrian. Rakurada, card alike, Siaskripsino Donakin nos anima continued. Great as a todos nos vemos on Elpsmodo.